The following program is for adult audiences only.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
all of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Hold on a second. Something's wrong here.
Oh,
Dangle clacks galore.
aye. Put me on top of the
1984
pile
world.
this week.
You're the boss.
Put me on top of the pile. He's put me on the pile this week. How's everybody doing? I hope you're all mighty fine and welcome. And here we have on the telly is yours truly, Alex DJ Hunky Vapes.
I got my snacks in hand. I'm ready to go. You were talking about how much you love beef jerky, so I got some beautiful beef jerky to show you today.
I've got nothing.
What?
I have got absolutely nothing today. And there is a good reason for it.
Okay.
Well, as you know, but I don't know if our viewers know, but I started my bus driver training on Monday. Just gone.
Hey!
Right?
Kenny's got a new job.
And because I am trained with bus driving, part of it is no fucking alcohol. So I've got to stay squeaky clean for the next few weeks while I'm training because the company does random breaths and drug tests.
Nice.
So they say, do not drink the night before you go to work. I went, well, that means every fucking day they've done it. So I'm a
Bloody
bit
hell.
teetotal this week. I'm teetotal this week, boys and girls.
Well, that's okay because, you know, with today being the 1984 episode, my alcoholic beverage doesn't have alcohol in it.
But I have used this filled up with a nice soft drink. This is a nice. No, you wonder who this is. Does it look familiar?
Oh, I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Oh! I have got to change that, mate. Hold on.
Back, folks. Hey, here's a promo. If you want some Hunky Vape merch, click the link below.
Except Hunky Vape doesn't have any merch. Perfect for a 1984 situation.
But you know, I've got to put out there.
War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. I mean, health is harm and harm is health. It's ridiculous.
Yes. Yep.
And we're living in it. And no wonder people can't figure out, what's healthy. I got this beautiful body armor here. This beautiful body armor is superior hydration in a tropical punch flavor. It's got, let's read the ingredients. Flavored filtered water, pure cane sugar.
Really?
That's the number 2
That's
ingredient. Pure cane
Wow.
sugar. And then a bunch of vitamins, which have to have low concentrations, otherwise they're going to overdose you in the vitamins. So it's sugar water. Kind of like how we got to protect the kids. We got to protect the kids from the vapes because, we want them to get ADHD and ulcerative colitis and Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and all these other diseases, right? So we got to ban the vape. But it's perfectly fine for you to go to McDonald's and get some sweet and sour sauce. The number 1 ingredient in this, first ingredient on the list, high fructose corn syrup. Perfectly fine.
Yes.
Have as much as they want. Even though it causes asthma. You didn't know that, did you?
I didn't. No. But with
The,
you having
corn
a
producers of America don't want you to know that it's not good for you. Despite what they want to call it. They want to call it corn sugar. They want to say that, it's the same as any other sugar and you need to have it in moderation. All right. It's a 1984 world. How can we get it in moderation? I bet you this has some in it too.
Hell yeah.
So we got a whole bunch of stuff. That's what we're all talking about in the news today. We're actually taking a look at, the world that we live in. And even when you get somebody who talks about vaping and talks about nicotine usage from an informed position, as a physician, he still gets it wrong.
Exactamundo.
He knows that he's not supposed to be fear-mongering out there, but he still talks about all the things that are fear-mongering, even though he doesn't really know what he's talking about, because if he did, he wouldn't have brought it up in the first place, like a volley.
Yep.
Hi,
William.
We got a whole bunch of stuff to cover in the news. We got to talk about, ADHD. We've got the benefits of nicotine on there and how Big Pharma doesn't want you to know about the therapeutic benefits of nicotine use because they can't patent it. They can't sell it to you. So they've been trying to come up with analogs, and it doesn't work. And Big Tobacco doesn't like it when somebody comes out with an analog nicotine product. It's not your face. It's not going to show it. What do you got there?
I don't know.
The Brunhilde. Nice. I got one of them.
Guess how much? Guess how much, though?
How much?
On sale for £25. Bargain.
Definite bargain.
I got it. I'll tell you where I got it because I watched Aiden, 3 Men the Vape Show. It was on their bargain thing, so I jumped on that. But I did tell Aiden that we did finally read his message, little bro vapes. I says we'll be more than happy to come on, just sort something out, and then let we know. So there you go.
Awesome.
So we could be guests on Little Bro Vape's 3 Men in a Vape show very soon, boys and girls. So I think he's on a Wednesday night around 8, 9 o'clock, something like that. So we'll let you know when that's happening. You can tune in, and if you want a bit more of us, if you haven't got enough of us already, that is.
Excuse me while I'm trying to copy the filters from one scene to another scene so that I don't have to keep bouncing back and forth.
The only problem is I over-nicked this juice, and it's fucking, it's fucking harsh. Jesus, it's harsh.
Ruh-roh. Having a hell of a time there, mate. Well, see, the only way I could over-nick this is if I put it into boost mode.
I think when I was adding the nick, I got distracted and I turned down. I went, oh yeah, and then when I turned down, there was like 10 mil of 72 in 120 mil bottle. So it's like, ooh, yes.
You need to double that recipe, mate.
And well, no, it was just a commercial, so I that's why I'm like kind of stuck with it. But it's nearly gone. I don't know how, but it's nearly gone, and it's like, ooh, buzzy. I should normally, I mean, it'll probably be, what is it? I normally put about five in on a 120 ml bottle to give us around 3. So it's only probably about 6. But 6 is way too much for me.
Man, I got 50, and with boost mode, it's like having 100.
Oh, hell no. No. When you're not swirling around in circles. Jesus. Speaking of circles, go on, spin him. Somebody's on 50 mil. Go on, spin him.
Oh, yeah, let's try that one out today. See if it works. Uh-oh!
Oh! You're in Australia now, aren't you?
I'm in the land down under.
The land down under.
Doing the safety dance.
Can you hear What the fuck was that? What was that? What was that? Jesus Christ.
Nothing but a circus today. No, there's no Zap Kenny. The mate can't drink anymore. He's got a new job.
Not at the moment, but when the training's done, I get my days off, I will be back on it.
Well, we got a bunch of stuff all planned out today. We've even got a lovely little surprise for you. Just when Altria thinks that their PR finally made them look like a bunch of good guys, right? How about they're sending a letter to the FDA complaining about all these analog nicotine products that are available on the market and how bad it is? As in tobacco-free nicotine, synthetic nicotine, you got Nixamide, which is essentially just vitamin B3, and it's an analog spin of that. And oh man, there's all these offshoots, and nobody's happy. Nobody's happy. Yeah. The truth comes out. We're going to reveal it here today. We're going to talk about, synthesizing nicotine, how you get to do that. We're going to talk about what happens when you have a niacin deficiency, a deficiency of nicotinic acid. Everybody needs to have nicotine receptors occupied in their brain with nicotinic acid, which is essentially vitamin B3. And some of us like to supplement it with our own products. And there's beneficial effects when you do that, despite what the fearmongers like to tell you. So we're going to talk about all that. We're going to talk about tryptophan. We're going to talk about fructose malabsorption because, well, if you want to talk about how bad nicotine is, well, let's talk about how bad other stuff is in our life, like high fructose corn syrup, and how, well, there was somebody that had asthma that once they cut out high fructose corn syrup completely out of their diet, their asthma went away. How many asthmatics in this country are suffering from asthma because of the diet that the American government says is good for us to consume? And there's a phone call from school saying my daughter's not in school. She graduates tomorrow.
You've got that.
My daughter's gone off the deep end, mate.
Oh, shit. Oh, damn.
She's gone off the deep end. A week left before graduation, and she's just like bailing on everything. And
whoa, got here, Wally.
She got a new boyfriend. Is 21 years old. She thinks that she's, Miss Queen of the Jungle now. Senior skip day for my daughter. She thinks it's senior skip week. The last week of school you don't need to attend. Don't worry about it. What are they going to do? Not let her graduate? That's what's in her brain? I'm like, as many days of school as you've already missed for cheer and everything else, you might not graduate.
Sorry.
She slammed the phone down on me and said, I don't care what you have to say anymore. I'm an adult. I can do whatever I want. What?
The youth of today, my friend. The youth of today. What can we do?
And we're going to talk about in this new segment here on how the youth of today are being bombarded with all these instant gratification social media apps that are out there. Instant gratification, 2-second TikTok. Oh, look at that. Oh, it makes you feel good. Oh, here's another one. 2 seconds later. Here's another one. 10 seconds later. But nicotine's the root of all evil. And nicotine's the thing that's going to harm them and convert their brain into an addict's brain. It's not social media. It's not the 2-second mentality that we live in.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to be bitter. I'm just trying to be a realist. I want people to see what's going on right in front of their face, and they don't even know what's going on. It's a bigger picture than just vaping prohibition and nicotine prohibition. When we grew up in the 80s, when we grew up in the 80s, that's when high fructose corn syrup came onto the market. And I still remember the commercial. They're sitting in the park, they're getting ready to suck on a nice little frozen popsicle. And she hands her boyfriend the popsicle, and he's like, oh, well, that's got high fructose corn syrup in it. You heard all about bad things about what they said about that. And she goes, no, what did they say? What did they say? And then after 30 seconds of pause, she's like, okay, hand me the popsicle.
God, the hell with it.
So we're going to take a look at that today. We're going to see the commercial today, and I've got it linked in the description below, and we're going to comment on it. So, they want to strike us for a copyright claim. So be it. I mean, they're already messing with the stuff on the channel. The comment section for our live vlog is constantly being turned off, and I have to go back on and turn it back on. Don't know why. They want to turn comments off on our show. But whatever. It's like everything else in a 1984 world. Our e-cigarette summit episode, the comments were turned off at least a dozen times. I had to turn it back on. Why? You don't want people to talk about the facts?
Yep, you're getting zipped, mate. You're getting zipped.
Yeah, well, they can pound salt. I'm not going away.
Exactly.
And this week's retro vape is not a retro vape because it's 1984 world. We're going to find out what Fab Fucks taste like.
30K.
30K. And they can badmouth it all they want, right? This replaces 4 cartons of cigarettes because it will last you an entire month. And that's if you're a 1-pack-a-day smoker. Right? This replaces the previous generation that was just out around Christmas time that I did the review on. 3 of these.
Wow.
30,000 puffs, 10,000 puffs each.
Exactly. Exactly.
And replaces at least 40 of these.
Oh, easy.
20 of these. And the big tobacco companies don't know why there's nobody that wants to buy these. for $20. And then you go buy 2 pods for $20. We can't sell it. Nobody wants it. This is 15. It's going to last me a whole month.
Expensive crap that the tobacco companies do, mate.
Well, they're going to have to find another way to make money because they're not going to be able to do it unless they start coming out with new stuff that people actually want. That's a fact.
Hey, again, when you think of it, you know, they're tackling an environmental issue. They're bringing out a device where you don't have to buy as many as the other ones, so you're producing less waste. So because you're only buying one device, like I say, a month, you know what I mean? Reducing the wastage straight away, you know what I mean? But do they get any kind of recognition for it? Or?
This is in 3 months. They went from 10,000 to 30,000 puffs. What's it going to be like in 6 months? In 1 year, will they be able to give you one product that lasts you an entire year?
Who knows? Plus, it's still a very small, compact device. You know, it's not as if it's like something like a big tank full of juice, you know, in the battery. It's still a very smallish, compact device as well. So,
exactly.
Who knows, you know? It's awesome.
Neil Pizzolo, and welcome. Well, sir, you ready to jump into the news?
Come on, let's go. I'm psyched up for the day.
Let's get this thing rolling. And here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Mike, the hidden side effects of vaping. We need to stop the medical misinformation. Okay. Seriously? That sounds like a fear-mongering story to me. Let's see what he really has to say about it. And this isn't going to be strictly just about vaping. This is literally... Michael Redfern, hello and welcome. This is literally going to be the entire backstory behind his statement about needing to control misinformation and about, well, let's just get into it. I'm not going to.
But that's because all we're doing in medicine is doing our best with the limited information that we have on hand.
Closing off on that point about exercise. So if we shouldn't be thinking about exercise as a way to lose weight, what is the sort of medical advantage, the physiological advantage for me if I go to the gym every day and I'm active?
Literally everything else. If I could bottle the effects of exercise and sell it, richest person on earth. Happiness, mood, social connections, strength, ability to decrease cancer risk, increase ability to fight off cancer, increase longevity. Literally everything else is the benefit of exercise. And I say that as someone who's been very exercise focused, but over the last few months, I've kind of fallen off. I've gained some weight. I haven't been exercising as much as I want because sometimes life gets hard. Life gets in the way. Things become problematic. Mental health sometimes takes a struggle. And we need to be aware that that can happen. The idea that we need to make every person perfect, or if they're not perfect, they're a failure, that's such a dangerous rabbit hole to go into.
How much exercise?
Going to vary person to person. General guidelines say 150 minutes of moderate intensity exercise per week, which isn't a lot, 2.5 hours. Moderate intensity meaning that you shouldn't be able to speak full sentences, maybe one sentence at a time until you're out of breath, is a simple way to put it.
When you have such a broad view on medicine, well, I noticed that in your...
You do that when you are doing your job at Amazon, you're actively walking. When you're delivering things going back and forth between the trucks, so you get the exercise you need. But for somebody like an office worker like myself that only works on a computer all the time, I don't get anywhere near that amount of exercise. And because of it, science tells us that my metabolism is much slower than yours. I can eat one meal a day and still keep gaining weight because my metabolism is adjusting its normal levels based upon my activity. So if I simply started exercising, my metabolism would go up and a bunch of other side effect benefits would come from the release of endorphins on a constant basis. And there's a bunch of other science behind it too as well. So he's legit talking about facts that nobody wants to hear.
It's putting pressure. This is the thing. This is the world we're living in now. It's putting pressure on people to have the perfect this, the perfect shape, the perfect. But it's fucking horse shit, mate. You are what you are, and if you're happy with yourself, then fucking so be it. None of what science are.
He also briefly glanced at the whole talk about, mental health. Taking care of your mental health is more important than your physical health. But he didn't actually go that far to say that.
What about these larger people who are quite content with themselves, who are happy with themselves, and they're not bothered? But just fucking horse shit, man, honestly. Can't be saying that.
And the fact of the reality is, in 1984 world, I mean, you have truth information like that is nowhere in the press. You would think that, because that's the best, simplest, easiest way to change the health of a population, that, TV shows and morning shows would have that on as a regular thing to try and convince the public that, hey, man, get out in the wild once in a while. Go take a walk. No. See, there's no money to be made in that. But there's plenty of money to be made in selling people antidepressants. And when you want to talk about misinformation, how about let's get a consistent number of the people that are actually taking antidepressants every single day? AI is telling us in the United States, 8.32 million people were prescribed antidepressants in 2021. Which was 5.1% increase over the previous year, right? Okay. Then why is this number down here say $37.3 million in 2018?
Exactly.
Where there's a significant difference between 8 million and 38 million?
It's crazy. Absolutely crazy, mate. This is, again, it's just false information or misinformation. You get one person telling you one thing and somebody else telling you another, and you're like, well, who do you believe at the end of the day?
Exactly.
Your content, I was like, this guy really knows. He really has a much more broad view than the neuroscientist I spoke to yesterday, who's really focused on, maybe one part of the body. With that broad view, what are you concerned about in terms of macro social trends? The direction of travel that we're going in with our health.
Get ready for the
we
rate
talked
sweat.
About misinformation and disinformation, but actual realities of the Western healthcare condition.
First of all, I think it's important that we have both individuals participating and having a seat at the table. The broad view primary care physician and the single point expert neuroscientist like you had on your podcast before me. We need both. In fact, where I'm able to gather my information from is from all those researchers that are putting in those hours at the bench, making sure that they're checking their biases, showing the flaws of their own research. Without them, I am nothing, right? Like, where did I get my knowledge from? From them. So we absolutely need to do this in a teamwork approach. I think the big problem that we face today is two things. One, The loss of trust in our healthcare world, that's huge. People don't trust healthcare advice. They don't trust our agencies. Frankly, the loss of trust of doctors has been rather shocking over the last decade. And then
wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that 80% of doctors don't know that nicotine doesn't cause cancer. Wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that, that's just one minor statistic in a whole load of statistics about how ignorant our doctors are. And how they're buying the propaganda and the false information more so than their patients are. I've thought many times about how my mom was always one of those ones where she was actively pursuing knowledge that she would take to her doctor, like when I got burned. She went to the library and did the research herself and said, I'm not putting that heavy cement textured cream that you prescribed for my son with first, second, and third degree burns on him. I'm going to see what else is out there because there's got to be something better out there. And everybody's naturally going to seek a natural remedy, right? So when she came across antibiotic ointment for the places that the skin's already open and braided to protect it, and the antibiotics would prevent an infection, and vitamin E oil for every place else, it just made logical sense. And so she's done the same thing when it came to, doctor telling her, oh, you have high cholesterol. We need to put you on this cholesterol pill. And forget about the side effects of the cholesterol going to give you diabetes if you're on the cholesterol pill for 10 years. Forget about that. We got pills that give you that for that when that happens. He's like, why? Can't I just change my diet or something? Eat more olive oil or something?
Yeah,
doctors don't want to talk about the things that are actually going to make you better because, then a customer cured is a customer lost. And then you wonder why the physicians have no trust from the public anymore?
This is it, but do you not think maybe they're under some kind of pressure from the pharmaceutical companies who supply the drugs that are prescribed? They are saying, right, you push this, do this, don't do. No, you don't do that. You just do that. There could be under the pressure from them as well because instead of doing it for a medical reason, maybe there's a financial reason behind it. You know what I mean? Or if you don't push this, then you can go and practice somewhere else. Or if you don't sell our drug, we're not going to supply you. You just don't. There's probably other things as well. Because a true doctor, a person who generally, wanting you to improve your health, would rather give you a tablet as more of a last resort. They would want to try some, like you say, more maybe lifestyle changes or more natural changes to see where you go with that rather than just bang a pill down, because that's all they do now. They take these pills, see you later, and they forget about you. You know what I mean? And
it isn't so much about, being fat or being skinny. The fact that exercise is the easiest thing to do. I've never been told by my doctor that I need to go exercise. I've been overweight my entire life to some degree or another, except when I was in the military. And even in the military, I had to, be pulled out of the regular company in boot camp to go to the physical fitness training unit until I lost enough weight that I could pass the physical fitness test and be the right body fat percentage to continue on in my boot camp.
Yeah, but like I say, anybody that does a manual job will be getting all the exercise they need anyway, especially if they've just done like a 9, 10, 12-hour shift and they come home totally exhausted. That's not
and then you take a look at the statistics and you find out the people that do manual labor, there's just as many fat people there as there are people that sit behind a desk in an office.
Exactly.
How is that possible?
It's a load of horseshit, man.
There's a lot to this.
Second,
let's see what he goes with this.
It's more of a philosophical issue that I raise because I don't know where it's going to go, where we've created this world of processed foods, unhealthy foods, foods that cause us to eat more and more and more and feel not satiated. And then we've come up with a medication to solve that. We've created apps that pull our attention spans, that allow us to focus 10, 15 seconds at a time before we swipe to the next thing. Now, a lot of people are requesting prescriptions for ADHD medications. There's people who want to stay out all night and party and still maintain their physical gains. They get on testosterone early when they don't need to. How hyper-medicated are we going to get as a society to a point of actually harming us? And I don't know the answer to it. I'm not smart enough to know the answer to that. But I think it's a good film.
So it's beyond your comprehension to think that maybe we're already there? Is that what you're saying?
There's a possibility in it. Yeah.
We're already there? 30% of the United States has been diagnosed or is being treated for depression. A third of the country. Something isn't right.
Yeah.
And nobody's asking why.
Philosophical question to ask ourselves.
Are you scared about what would happen if we had a pandemic that is 10 times more deadly than the previous pandemic breakout now? Are you scared because of that loss of trust?
The more deadly the pandemic, a lot of times the less problematic it is. Isn't that weird?
Oh, okay.
So initial SARS virus was significantly more deadly than SARS-CoV-2, which is the virus that causes COVID-19. So initially, when the reports came out about the lethality rate of SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, we said, oh, well, it's not as bad as SARS. We'll be okay, because most people with SARS got really sick. They lost their lives. But because asymptomatic spread was a thing with COVID, meaning that you could feel fine or maybe just have the sniffles and spread it, it killed millions more people. And that's what that brings me back to that point of when I said insidious misinformation can be more problematic than true disinformation. Because when something doesn't seem so bad, we can allow it to go much further and cause much more harm.
Complacency can foster.
Complacency and feelings of safety. Like, oh, well, this one's not as hill. We're good. I feel fine. We're good. But when you look at it and you zoom out macro, oh my God, it's wreaking havoc across the world.
Here comes the rate sweat.
And I've actually equated this to vaping. Vaping is not as harmful as cigarettes on paper. But because the odor is not as offensive, it's easier to hide. You could do it much quicker and get a bigger dose. Because it feels like it's not as harmful, many more people can get hooked on it.
Is vaping dangerous?
Yes.
Why and how?
Oh,
So many of my
shit.
friends vape. I think three out of my 6 best friends, they're just like, they're just absolutely addicted. And they never smoked. Interesting.
That's the issue of it, that it gets people who maybe would have been turned off by smoking to try. And the chemicals found inside are really rewarding to the brain, nicotine being
the primary?
None.
Do you think maybe this is one of the reasons why so many people are turning to it? Do you think that might have something to do with it? Do you think it might have anything to do with the potential therapeutic benefits of nicotine that have not been researched? Because, well, up until 2 decades ago, well, if you were to consume nicotine, it had to be through a traditional combustible analog cigarette. So the only studies we have here are from people taking nicotine patches. Because what happened is when they did the patches to try and get people to quit smoking, because you're addicted because of the nicotine. That's why you keep smoking. And if you put a patch on, you won't want to smoke. Bullshit.
Oh shit.
You want to talk about bringing everybody to the table, and you want to listen to everybody's opinion on it, not just the macro people that look at things, that have a general understanding of everything, but you want to look at the specific scientists, that neuroscientists, and that study this or study this, and they're zoomed in on one particular facet of it. How about listening to the patients themselves? Why do you think it's normal for you to be able to tell your person that's smoking, this is going to kill you? And they're like, yeah. You need to quit. Yeah. Here, use this patch. Did your patient quit smoking? No. You give them a pill. You gave them Champix. Did it get them to quit smoking? No, but it did end them in the emergency room because they tried to kill themselves. Because you didn't pay attention to the fact that they were also drinking on a regular basis. And when you take that and you drink and you take the pill, well, suicidal ideation is a common side effect.
Straight in, yeah.
No, you're not gonna listen to your patient. Because you're smarter than them, right? We're just a bunch of dumb idiots coming to you for advice. And when you look like an idiot, well, you can't have that. Your ego can't stand it. What else are you going to say?
Being a prime example of it. And the more dangerous part of it is with kids who have a developing frontal lobe, meaning that the part of their brain that is responsible for complex decision-making is not yet fully formed. So they're incredibly susceptible to anything that can build a tolerance, a dependence, an addiction to. And it.
You mean like social media where they're swiping every 10 seconds for the latest orgasm in their brain? Right?
Okay. Holy shit.
The instant gratification that is constantly surrounding our children. A 5-year-old can go into Starbucks and get espresso in a big frothy drink laced with sugar and a bunch of stuff that is zero nutritional value whatsoever. You're going to talk about that, right? No. Why should you? Let's focus on just one thing.
It could change the chemistry of their brain moving forward. So we don't want to make it easier for them to start smoking. Vaping should be used as a tool, as a way of getting you off of cigarettes, not as a way of introducing you to cigarettes. Or
nobody introduces you to cigarettes through vaping.
Nope.
The only way that happens is if you cut off the supply of vaping and they're left with no choice but to smoke. Because they want the therapeutic benefits of the nicotine consumption. Why can't you accept that fact? Why is nobody talking about this? Why is nobody questioning why we don't have more studies about what other possible beneficial effects are there of regular nicotine consumption above and beyond what you get through your food supply, through tomatoes and peppers and all the other things that are providing it a lower dose? What happens if you were to, I don't know, treat it like a nutritional supplement?
It's a natural, like it's a natural ingredient. It's found in foods. It's a natural ingredient. So you're going to ban every food that's got a bit of nicotine in. Like I said, tomatoes and all that shit. No.
Tomatoes, tomatillos, peppers, paprika.
Holy moly, man.
nicotine at all.
Is it dangerous for adults as well?
If you're coming off cigarettes, no, it's a good choice.
But if you were never, all my friends that vape never smoked.
Yep, it's not something that carries value health-wise and can only potentially harm.
Have they done any?
That's hypocritical. That's hypocritical. You see, it's not dangerous for adults who smoke, but it can be dangerous if you don't smoke if you're an adult. What the fuck?
So if you have acne or ADHD, it's not healthy for you to choose that. They would rather you take Adderall. They would rather you take speed for ADHD, which is caused by all the social media bullshit, giving us constant instant gratification that's forming the adolescent brain much more than this may potentially do.
Why can't they get somebody that room with these people? You know what I mean?
How about, for allergies, Alzheimer's? Huh? How about cognitive improvement? We're not even going to talk about long COVID or digestive disorders, Down syndrome, Huntington's disease. How about all the mental health issues that we just got done talking about? That isn't why people choose to consume nicotine. That isn't why lawyers who are stressed out beyond belief 24/7 and truck drivers that are stressed out 24 hours a day beyond belief are the highest consumers of nicotine in history, regardless of country or population you live in. No, we're not going to look at that. We're not going to look at multiple sclerosis, narcolepsy, Parkinson's disease. We're not going to look at how it's beneficial for weight loss as a stimulant. No, we're not going to look at any of that. We're going to stick to the message. It needs to go away.
I guess it's super difficult to do studies on these kinds of things, but is there any studies that have been done around vaping?
Yeah, there's been vaping-related lung injury, where that's its own diagnosis code now.
Oh, God.
That has nothing to do with nicotine vaping. If you actually read the fucking studies, you would find out it was caused by vitamin E acetate. Because in the United States, we've got the drug war mentality since Nixon banned all drugs and declared the war on drugs. So people who've been consuming cannabis and heard about this vaping thing goes, I want my cannabis in a vape because it's probably better for me than smoking it. And they're missing basic fundamental biology.
I was waiting for that to come up. I was actually waiting for him to come up with that one. I was just sitting there going, go on, say it, and boom, he said it.
Has nothing to do with nicotine vaping.
Nothing.
Okay.
Okay.
Fat soluble
Those people
versus water soluble. Your lungs cannot metabolize
Those people that were in them hospital beds actually admitted they were almost paid to lie. When they said, what were you vaping though? And then they said,
they had to lie, mate. It's the United States.
And that was it.
If you are consuming an illegal product, you are doing harm to your body through an illegal action. The insurance companies are not obligated to pay for your care for your own stupidity. So they had to lie about it.
So otherwise the medical bills wouldn't have been paid. That's why. Holy shit.
There's been children that have been hospitalized with it. There's been even technical problems of the devices blowing up in people's faces.
What kind of like cell phones and laptops that have blown up in people's faces? Like the Samsung phones that blew up on an airplane because the batteries were bad? Look at him laughing.
What about all these, like, we've had in the UK, we've had in the UK these electric scooters, when people put them on charge, they burst into fucking flames when they're getting charged.
Yeah, they catch on fire driving down the street.
Okay, now.
It's different. It's different. It comes out of a cigarette. It's a vape. It's bad for you.
So it's not the fact that I'm trying to fearmonger here and say vaping is the devil. I'm here trying to explain that vaping can be problematic because on the surface, it may not look as harmful by comparison.
Everything is trade-offs.
Everything is trade-offs.
It's so interesting. It's like when I see all my friends vaping, we're all in Dubai about a year ago, and I thought I'd pass me because they will have these little like disposable vape things now. So I thought, let me try it. And I tried it, and it was really nice. And I thought, oh God, I could get into this. And if it's not unhealthy, because we all know that smoking is unhealthy, I thought, in your head you think, oh, what's the harm? I could have so easily got into it. Luckily, I'm always skeptical when I don't know the side effect. I would rather accept the side effects and it be super clear than to someone say to me there's no side effects. When someone says there's no side effects, I always...
Well, that's like the whole nature fallacy. When someone's like, oh, but this is natural. First of all, what does that mean? Because like they say vitamins are natural, but they're made in the lab.
Shit, that's what.
That's considered natural. And also, just because something natural doesn't mean it's safe. Arsenic, cyanide, natural, but deadly.
The ADHD.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, okay? Is there anything that's natural that you would prescribe to your patients that's deadly? Think about that.
Probably not.
Is there anything that doctors prescribe to their patients or give their patients on a regular basis that is deadly? There's actually quite a few things. You ever hear snake venom? And how it's used to thin blood?
Yep. I've heard
antiplatelet drugs
little bits
have been developed from snake venom. How about plastic surgery when they inject that crap into your face and it like kills your face and numbs it all up for the beautification effects of it? That's not a toxic substance that you're injecting into your body? Seriously? Now who's being obtuse?
Yeah.
ADHD point you mentioned.
Yep.
What are you seeing as a doctor? Over the last couple of years, the term ADHD, neurodiversity, seems to have become more and more prevalent. Everywhere I look, it feels like I'm hearing a conversation around ADHD. Now, is that because there's been a social sort of heightened awareness to the subject, and now people are getting diagnosed more. Are we creating more ADHD somehow, or is it somewhere in between?
Yeah, I assume it's something in between. I don't have a clear answer to it. I do know that neurodivergence needs to be talked about more, and that's not just from the ADHD perspective. It's also from autism spectrum disorder situation as well, where it's folks are going to be different, and some people want treatment for a condition, others don't, and we have to respect people's autonomy. Even when we talk about something like vaping, if an adult wants to vape, as long as I can convey to them as their doctor the risks, everyone's free to make their own decisions. No one lives a life where they say, I'm going to take no risks. Everyone has a different risk tolerance level. Everyone is comfortable with a different level of care in life. Some people want more care. Some people want less care. Even at the end of life, I have discussions with my patients for end of life care often. And a lot of times they're shocked by it. They're like, wait, do you think something's wrong with me? I'm 30 years old. Why are you talking? This is the time to talk about it. When you're healthy, when you aren't facing a decision that you have to make right now, that's when you're going to be able to spend some time and think about what kind of medical care you want. You know, I'm a doctor here that became a professional boxer a couple of years ago. That is not healthy. I do not recommend it. It increases all sorts of risks for head injury, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. All of that is true. It's a risk that I was willing to accept because I studied the risks, I accepted the risks, I don't doubt the risks, but it's something that I'm passionate about, and I want.
Listen, this is something he's passionate about.
So why has he not studied the risks and all the risks with fucking vape instead of talking a lot of shit?
Because he's a talking physician. He goes around and he does his best with what he can. But think about it. Look at all the research that's out there and how much misinformation is being pushed in the research about this is the harms, this is the harms, this is the harms. And nobody bothers to question these researchers when they're getting their articles published to go, is it realistically possible for a normal person to do what they did in this study? No, it's not. When they take those rats and they shove them in a little plastic container and they make them live 6 months of their life in that little plastic container, constantly breathing in vapor, and they wonder why they found harms and increased cardiac risk, that rat has been stressed out, and if you would have fed him clean air, like they tell us we're supposed to breathe, I guarantee you the results would be exactly the same. You don't need to add the vapor to get the same results.
Exactly.
And rats are not humans. However, as Mallery pointed out, thank God this moron's not my doctor. I honestly think if you were to take Dr. Mendelssohn's book and hand it to this guy, he would read it. And he would be for you vaping. And if you needed a prescription to continue vaping, he would give it to you. Because he does believe in bodily autonomy and accepts the fact that I don't care how much of a doctor you think you are, you can't force a patient to do something they don't want to do.
Yep.
Once they're informed of the risks, caveat emptor, buyer beware, you make the choices you want to make. That's reality.
Yeah.
Just like he talks about, you know, end of life care in your 30s. I feel bad for Nick, what he's going through right now, but this is a conversation that needs to be had more often in society. What is the point in prolonging death?
It's a taboo. It's a kind of a taboo topic because obviously my wife's obviously in the funeral industry, you know, and you know, you say, well, you know, you should be planning for when the time comes, and oh no, you know, everybody gets creeped out by it. But it's going to happen to you eventually. It's inevitable. You will die one day, whether it be tomorrow or 20 years' time. You are going to die. You are going to die.
You should be able to choose the terms on which it happens. We all will reach a point in our life, unless you die of a sudden death, you know, cardiac emergency or something like that. We will all get to a point where we're no longer prolonging life. We are simply prolonging death. And you should be able to choose when you finally give it quits, call it quits to the whole situation.
I mean, I get the thinking. I get the thinking behind you, most doctors and whatever, you know, just to try and preserve human life at all costs. That's the main goal. Definitely agree with that. But when, like you see, you come to a point where you're not living, you're just existing, I think decisions.
How many
are gonna
cancer
be made.
patients are going through radiation and chemotherapy to extend their life? If you look at the scientific studies, 1, 2, 3 weeks at most. You're giving up 6 months of your life to nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and all kinds of side effects, losing your hair, losing your bodily autonomy functions to extend your life 3 weeks? If people were presented with the actual potential of subjecting themselves to radiation and chemo, how many would actually go through with it? How many of them would create a bucket list, not do the radiation and chemo, and go live life to the fullest they have left to live? And then when cancer takes them, cancer takes them.
Well, it does eventually, because the chemo and everything doesn't work. It just, like you said, it prolongs. You're terminally ill, chemo, and it just, you waste your time.
Exactly.
Basically, all they do, give you all that, and they just dope you up the eyeballs on your deathbed, so you don't know what's happening. So,
and that's going to happen regardless of whether you have chemo or radiation or not.
Exactly.
Out.
Enjoying it?
Very much so. It's a great outlet for me.
Why did you choose boxing, despite the risks?
Yeah, I would say that boxing probably chose me instead of me choosing boxing. I did Taekwondo growing up, so I was in martial arts for 8-9 years. And then when I was in medical school, I unfortunately lost my mom to cancer. And that was a really strong wake-up call for me, being in the medical field, knowing what it's like to be in the room to ask the doctors to stop doing chest compressions on your mom. I mean, that is not something that I wish on anyone. That's the worst thing you can experience, especially when my father was there, also a doctor, who was saying, no, keep going. But I knew it was futile. I knew we were causing more harm. And
how many of us in here have had a parent or relative who's died from cancer? My dad died from cancer.
Well,
everybody in here knows somebody that has died from cancer.
And in going through that journey, I got into a very unhealthy mental state. I didn't leave my house except to go to class. I came home, I was socially isolated. And after a period of 3-4 months where that was going on, I said, I need to get out of this. I need to take my own advice that I give to people and take the advice that you need to have action before you get motivation. And the action that I took was to go on Guilt City. Do you remember that app? It's like a Groupon-esque app where you can get a coupon to a class. And I got a coupon for a boxing class. And I went and did this boxing session. And then I ended up boxing for 10 years after that session. Fell in love with the sport. And then a couple of years ago, I ended up fighting on Showtime pay-per-view in front of an audience of 15,000 people.
Jesus, wow.
And it's been a unique journey. So while it's easy to vilify boxing and say that it's problematic, for some people, if the trade-off is right, it might be something that they could participate in, and it could be very healthy for them.
Just like vaping. It's a choice that we make. And for some of us, there are significant benefits to the continued use of it. Speaking of which, how about we take a look at ADHD? You know, you talked about ADHD. Could there possibly be, I don't know, potential benefits of it?
Nicotine addiction. Why? ADHD in adulthood predisposes to nicotine addiction. Why? Because nicotine treats ADHD. In fact, we have 3 drug companies now that are exploring variations of the nicotine molecule as the next wave of drugs for treating ADHD. The problem they're having is that when they split off the part of the molecule that is addictive, it also tends to be the part of the molecule that is also beneficial. So they still have some work to do, but there are drugs in the pipeline that are nicotinic receptor drugs. So we find that when teens with ADHD start smoking for the various reasons people start, whether it's peer influence or to be cool or because some celebrity is doing it, they will rapidly accelerate their reliance on nicotine because they self-medicate. It does treat their disorder, but they're treating their disorder with a highly addictive and carcinogenic drug. But
Carcinogenic drug? Show me the study that's divorced from combustion that shows nicotine causes cancer. You can't, because there isn't one.
Exactly.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Jesus. Wow. Holy moly, man. They're kind of like hypocritical. They're saying, oh, it's good for this, and they're saying, well, it's not good for this. Oh, it's good. No, it's not good. Yes, it is good. No, it's not good. It's just like.
That's because, like, when Clive Bates got started in tobacco control decades and decades ago, you couldn't divorce combustion from nicotine. That's not the world we live in now. You can go to any pharmacy, you can go to any drugstore and find nicotine to consume if you choose to consume it. You can get sprays, patches, lozenges, literal candy that has nicotine in it, and you can choose to consume it. Or you can choose to consume it through a vaping product. What's healthier? This is the question I want to know, and this is the question that people that have been vaping 10 or 20 years want to know is, what's healthier? 50 milligram Nic that I consume just a little tiny puff every time I get my Nic fix versus like the Arbiter or the Steam Crave Titan where I'm consuming plumes and plumes of vapor with just a tiny bit of nicotine at 6 milligram versus 50 milligram. Nobody's answering those questions. We can go pound salt to try and find the answer to those questions because they're too focused on just trying to get rid of it. Except it's not going to go away ever.
Nope.
Is this the reason why people are choosing to self-medicate with these? Is this why the kids are gravitating to the vapes? Because they know that they have ADHD from all the social media apps and the 10-second instant gratification in their entire childhood life? Because we hand cell phones to kids at 10 years old now and never think twice about the radiation that's emitted from that cell phone? Or is it perhaps because of the cost to properly, through doctors, treat your ADHD are prohibitive? ADHD medication costs soar. Price report. The ADHD medication costs have nearly doubled or tripled for the doses of Ritalin, Concerta, and Focalin since the Adderall shortage began in October of 22. Reported USA Today. Care to guess how much this stuff costs? $590.
46%.
Per drug.
Holy fuck.
Right?
Wow.
The average change in 2021 to 22 was 11.5% increase of $172 on average was the increase in price to take pharmaceutical treatment for ADHD. You could vape for a whole year for the cost of one pharmaceutical treatment. Is that why they're blocking it? Drugs.com reported that without insurance coverage, the supply of 100 capsules of 10 milligram of Adderall cost around $759.54, while 100 tablets of the 5 milligram short-acting Adderall cost around $1,139, depending on the pharmacy.
Holy fuck. Damn.
Meanwhile, down in Australia, my son is on Adderall XL 10 milligram, and the price went from $10 in December to $54 in January to $158 this month. A tenth of the price.
Wow. What do you think about all these drugs across all mental health treatments across the board, with more people getting diagnosed with mental health issues or whatever? the demand for these drugs is more, so therefore they're going to just cash in on it. Without a doubt, they're cashing in on this kind of shit.
That's all they're doing.
They're making a fortune.
Constantly.
Exactly. They're just cashing in on it.
Australian woman goes viral after highlighting the difference in ADHD prescription cost in the U.S. I am floored. The Australian woman has sparked a conversation about drug prices in the U.S. compared to other countries after looking up the cost of her ADHD medication. On Wednesday, Bree, who goes by the username ESORIRB on TikTok, uploaded a video in which she expressed her shock at learning what the cost of her medication could be in the United States after explaining it cost her $29 each month in Australia for a month's prescription, compared to what we just looked at, $700 to $1,500 a month.
That's per dose, though, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's not like a month's supply. If you think about it. Holy moly.
Meanwhile, according to GoodRx.com, the cost of Vinase without insurance in the U.S. at a pharmacy such as CVS is $359, while purchasing the prescription at Walgreens can cost $355. However, the website notes that the average cash price for a month's prescription without insurance is $411.54. Well, that's not what we just looked at in the last article.
No,
Imagine if they found out what the price really was if you don't have insurance. My insurance won't cover it. $450 a month. It was $500 with insurance and a coupon.
There was a little paragraph there that said America isn't a country, it's a business. How true.
Yep, and its citizens are the cash cow that just keeps on giving. So we need to ban nicotine because we don't want people to find out that you could do this and not have your ADHD symptoms, not take Adderall, not pay the pharmaceutical companies thousands of dollars a month. It's all a big racket. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to go at the source.
Get on the ground. No, what the fuck? What the hell? Get on the ground.
Well, let me call my parents. I'm a minor.
I don't care if you're a minor.
I can't breathe.
216 headquarters.
I can't breathe, dude.
Officers in Chillicothe stopped a 16-year-old teen after he was spotted hitting the vape after getting off the school bus.
Jesus. Come here, little bugger.
I know my rights. I know my rights. Hey, what the
Get on the ground.
No, what the fuck?
What the hell? Get on the ground.
What's wrong with you, dude?
Turn over. Put your hands behind your back. Both of them.
What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Dude, no, let me call my parents. What the fuck?
Stop.
I just got out of school. No.
Come help me. Grab his hands.
Let me call my
All that for a
school.
vape.
No.
Come help me. Grab his hands.
Let me call my parents. I'm a minor.
Holy fucking hell. Really?
How are we protecting the children? Tell me again. Banning vapes is protecting the children? How?
Okay. So it is a bit over the top of bloody arresting a child, you know what I mean? Fucking hell. Holy moly.
Exclusive nicotine-like chemicals in U.S. vapes may be more potent than nicotine, FDA says. Well, yeah, because you banned it. And people still want to buy it, and companies don't want to get your $20,000 fine for selling it. So guess what companies are going to do? They're going to come out with the latest Delta 8 and Delta 9, except they're doing it for nicotine. So you're going to have all these nicotine analogs out there on the market today. And we don't know a damn thing about it because they just invented it.
Yeah.
So we're going to dismiss all the science about actual nicotine when it's in its whole refined state as a pharmaceutical component in these products. It's been banned. So companies don't want to get fined. So guess what? They're going to start selling tobacco-free nicotine. There's no tobacco in it. And technically, it's not even nicotine. Nixamide is more like niacin than it is nicotine.
Wow.
And we're surprised and shocked. Oh my goodness, we banned it. It didn't go away. Now we made the problem worse. Just like everything else you do in the drug war. Nicotine alternatives used in vapes being launched in the United States and abroad, such as 6-methyl-nicotine, may be more potent and addictive than nicotine itself, though the scientific data remains incomplete. Well, yeah, because they just invented it last year. Because the Congress banned selling nicotine and decided to regulate everything that was nicotine, so they're no longer selling nicotine. It's 6-methyl-nicotine. Doesn't fall into your regulations. The synthetic substance, which have a chemical structure that's similar, are not subject to U.S. tobacco and vaping regulations that are designed to control the traditional nicotine, a highly addictive drug. Funny how rats can't get addicted to nicotine when it's divorced from cigarette smoke. We don't talk about that part, though.
No.
This means that manufacturers can sell vapes containing synthetic nicotine analogs, such as 6-methyl-nicotine in the United States, or nicotinic acid, just like Nixamide, without seeking authorization from the FDA. Why would you seek authorization from the FDA? Because they're going to ban it. Like they did the 6.9 million applications that they just got. Not going to authorize it unless it comes from Big Tobacco. Meanwhile, big tobacco firms like Altria Group and British American Tobacco have already lost substantial U.S. sales to the influx of disposable vapes containing traditional nicotine that are being illegally sold. No, you just got done saying it's not illegal because it's not covered under the regulations. But you're not happy with it because you're still losing customers. I told you before, motherfuckers.
Lord.
Adapt or die. No, that's not what they're going to do. That's not what they're going to do. You want to see what they're going to do? Here's what Altria's response is to this whole situation. Dr. Robert Califf, let us have a conversation here. We're writing to share important information related to the so-called nicotine analogs that have begun to appear on the U.S. marketplace and which may evade FDA regulations. As you know, in March 2022, Congress clarified the definition of covered tobacco products to include those using synthetic nicotine. 6-methyl-nicotine is not synthetic nicotine. It is not the same chemical formula. The law doesn't apply. Sorry. Sale of products with an active ingredient designed to imitate nicotine pose a new threat to creation of a fully regulated market. You mean a full monopoly market? Well, sorry.
Monopoly is the word.
Sorry. You're not going to get your monopoly no matter how much you try. These include metonine, Charlie Holdings Incorporated, Spree Bar. There's a scientific study about that. And Nixamide, Outlaw Dip Company's NixSafe product, suggesting these chemicals are alternative solutions to nicotine that are not subject to FDA regulation. They're not, because it's not nicotine. Do the science. You'll see. It's not the same thing. Looks like the same thing. Kind of like vaping is not smoking. Looks like the same thing if you don't know what you're doing. But is it really the same? No. Additionally, emotine from Novel Compounds is being marketed as a new vapor and pouch product additive that does not require a PMTA because it's not nicotine.
They'll try and put it under the umbrella. You can guarantee that.
Oh, even Big Tobacco wants it under the umbrella because they want their monopoly. They went and bought Enjoy, who was a true vape company, but is no longer a vape company because it's owned by Big Tobacco. Nobody's buying our products. We need you to step in and get rid of them. Get rid of our competition.
Bat the ball.
We'll spell it out for you. This is how you do it. And don't worry, we'll take them to court. Meanwhile, we also sent a copy to Dr. Brian King, Dr. Patricia Kavzor, Director for the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, Dr. Donald Prater, Acting Director, Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, because the American nutritional market is, we got that one captured too. Don't worry about it. Your food's not actually safe. Who would think that the Food and Drug Administration is actually there to provide safe food and drugs? What a joke.
What? Safe? No.
Look, they even got it published. Spree Bar, a vaping system delivering synthetic nicotine analog. Marketed in the U.S. as PMTA exempt. Because it is. Sorry for your loss.
It is.
Sorry for your loss.
It just goes to prove that these companies will find ways to, produce their products. They'll find loopholes. They'll find ways to do, because the end of the day, it is not going away. It's simple as that. It is not going away. Which, whatever these FDA or whatever want to do, they're not going to get rid of it. So I don't know why they just say, right, hands up. Why don't we just regulate it properly like we should be? Because that's what we are. We are the FDA. We are the Food and Drug Administration. Why don't we just regulate it what we should be? Do our
Because it would drive us into bankruptcy. We rely on cigarette sales for our funding. The FDA tobacco is 100% reliant on cigarette taxes in order to fund it. So, unless Congress wants to tax
and all your states,
vaping products,
states that will go bankrupt.
We'd go bankrupt.
The states, your states are. I think your states nearly reached bankruptcy, didn't you? When the MSA bonds were coming to
New York
cash
and
in,
California,
they didn't have it. Yeah, they nearly went bankrupt.
Meanwhile, evaluation of nicotine and contine analogs as potential neuroprotective agents for Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's and a bunch of other things. They've known about this for a long time, but they can't patent something that is a natural compound. And every time, like the professor said, every time they try to split it apart and create this analog or that analog, either it's more addictive and less effective, or it's more effective and less addictive. They can't have it both ways.
Again, it comes down to regulations, because, like I say, you America, UK, other countries around the planet have got laws in place that vaping or nicotine is for adults only. For people over whatever country's age is, 21, 18, whatever. Them laws are already in place, right? And that just goes for vaping, it goes for cigarettes, and it goes for alcohol. So why aren't they tarring cigarettes and alcohol with the same brush? Teens are getting their hands on them, but they're not banning alcohol. They're not banning cigarettes yet. But just because something else is making them lose money.
So is it really not tobacco control that's behind this whole thing? Is it Big Pharma?
Because they're losing money with it. They want to drive out the competition. That's the name of the game. They want to eradicate the competition so they can carry on doing what they're doing.
If you're a chemist, I just showed you exactly how to synthesize nicotine. Right there. One page. Tells you exactly how to go about doing it.
Yeah.
And that's for the exact end result that is identical to the nicotine that you would get through traditional plant-based material. So,
it just makes you wonder why, if you know something that is outselling your product, you don't necessarily have to ban the competition. You can kind of embrace it. Like you say, Big Tobacco have got involved with vaping, but they bought shit. You know what I mean? Why don't they do the research and market it better and get better products? And then they will get that cut out of the industry.
Because they were the ones that formed, through the MSA agreement, the PMTA process, which prevents competition from coming onto the marketplace. And now they're trying to get the government to stand up to their agreement for the MSA by preventing the competition from taking them out. Meanwhile, you've got high fructose corn syrup that's ubiquitous as the sugar source here in the States because corn is subsidized and sugar isn't, and the price difference and whatnot. Well, let's take a look at it. Is this healthy for us to be able to consume and for it to be ubiquitous in the food supply? High fructose corn syrup can have many negative health effects. Liver problems, such as fatty liver disease, insulin resistance, weight gain, high triglycerides. Show me more. Uric acid, gout. Is the reason I have gout because my entire life I've been consuming high fructose corn syrup? Gut health, it alters the gut health because the concentration of glucose and fructose is not balanced like it is in all the natural products out there and like regular sugar.
The ironic thing is, right, with all the stuff that's bad for you, instead of enforcing whatever, some kind of regulation, whatever, all they tax it and they make money out of it. So they're going, well, hang on, they're killing themselves and we're making money out of it. Happy days. You know what I mean? They've done it with cigarettes. They've taxed the shit out of cigarettes. Is it stopping people smoking? No. Is it making the government lots of money? Yes.
The FDA recommends that people limit consumption of all added sugars, including high fructose corn syrup. More than 2/3 of Americans are either obese or overweight. Added sugars and high fructose corn syrup are considered the primary cause of overweighting of America. Weight gain abetted by high-calorie foods containing high fructose corn syrup can also contribute to heart disease, diabetes, fatty liver disease, dyslipidemia, abnormal levels of cholesterol, and other fats in the blood.
There are other things as well. I mean, like to say that the world we're living in now, I mean, you know, you go back to the caveman days when we were very active and we had to go out and hunt our food. We had to go out and catch it, kill it, and eat it. Now, you just press a couple of buttons on your cell phone and it comes to your door. You don't even have to go to the house.
Papa,
You know what I mean?
it's me, hijo.
We're a lazy generation now. We're so dependent on technology. We're lazy.
I do. Take 2 bites.
It's got high fructose corn syrup in it.
So?
Well, you know what they say about it.
What?
That it's
That it's made from corn?
That it's made from corn? It's just corn sugar. Don't worry about it. It's all natural, made from corn. It's okay. It's okay. It's so okay that the lobbyists for the corn industry back in 2012 have to go back to the Wayback Time Machine because the website no longer exists for sweetsurprise.com. Legit petitioned the FDA to change the name that we legally know it as to corn sugar. We don't want you to keep calling it high fructose corn syrup because all that science makes us look bad. We need to call it corn sugar. So we need to call these ADHD medication products. All natural.
Wow.
This is my Parkinson's prevention box. My Alzheimer's mitigation device.
GME.
It's so bad. It is utterly so bad.
If you're like me, you care about the food your family eats. I was pretty confused by everything I'd been hearing about high fructose corn syrup. So
No, you weren't confused. You heard the truth, and it was shocking that it was the first time you heard it. Meanwhile, the Corn Refiners Association doesn't want you to know about it because it might get you to change your buying decisions. It was such a farce that guess what? Saturday Night Live had to do a skit about it. Oh, No, trust scientists. Here we go. The same old rigmarole. Trust the scientists. They found everything okay. It's just corn sugar. In moderation, it's perfectly fine. Except, moron, it's not in moderation. It's in every frickin' thing that we buy in the store. Try and find a product in the store that isn't raw fruit or veg that doesn't have it in it. How bad could it actually be for you? How bad can high fructose corn syrup actually be? Let's take a look. Trains, commercials, and more train commercials. Because we know you love it.
To somebody. This is Luann DeChristopher. About 20 years ago, she found herself rushing her daughter to the hospital with blue lips. Awful asthma this little girl had. Really scary stuff.
You know, she had all these symptoms. We thought it might be food related. We took her to an allergist. The allergist said, eliminate corn. We did that. We had no results. When we eliminated anything with the word corn syrup, high fructose corn syrup, was when we had our breakthrough. And it made no sense.
Indeed, what does sugar in your digestive system have to do with your lungs, right? And this happened just around...
Oh, it has to do with your gut biome that's in your gut and how when you consume high fructose corn syrup, you change the bacteria that live in your gut. And, well, there are a certain percentage of the population that has an intolerance to high fructose and needs a balanced fructose-glucose blend of your sugar intake in order for your gut to not turn sour. Irritable bowel syndrome, asthma, there's a whole crap ton of health conditions caused by high fructose corn syrup that nobody knows about because nobody wants you to know about it because the Corn Association made sure that you didn't hear about it. And if you did, you got some propaganda to brainwash you away from the science that actually talks about how good or bad it is. And since you know me, I'm always one to present information for you. I'm not going to watch this whole thing. You can check the link in the bottom of the description to watch this. This is an actual wonderful presentation of high fructose corn syrup. And this guy is, gives you an objective lowdown of the goods and the bads of the whole scenario. But I'm going to give you the actual scientific study. Excess free fructose, or what is in high fructose corn syrup, gave people asthma. And by simply eliminating the high fructose corn syrup from their diet, their asthma went away.
Holy shit. Wow.
Bet you never heard about that before today. But you heard plenty of scaremongering, fear-mongering stories about how bad your vape is and it's going to kill you.
Yep. Hypocrisy.
Link to everything in the description below. We've been going at this for an hour, so time to cut the news segment off.
Mind-boggling.
It's 1984 world, mate. Ignorance is strength. For corporations who have a vested interest in making more money off of you. And sorry for your health, because that's just going to be a side effect consequence, because in order for them to sell you pills, you have to get sick and want to take their pills. It's going to make you sick taking their pills, and then you have to take more pills to counteract the side effects of those pills.
Pills, and more pills. That's
You'll
what
find
we
out
want.
about that later.
Holy
and don't
crap,
vape, because if you vape, it's bad. Unless you're doing it to not smoke, then it's good. But only for those people.
Yeah. Good vape. Naughty. Nasty stuff. Horrible stuff. It'll kill you. It will. Not.
Holy cow. Well, I have a lot of stuff to talk about today in the news.
Wow. Hey. What it's all about, mate. Present what we find. Present
you get to make up your own mind.
Yeah. All right.
How many of the coffee studies I've read have been manufactured by the Coffee Association of whatever country it comes from.
Probably the same kind of story, won't it, really, when you think about it? Everything is, man. Everything's getting like that now, man. Everything.
Well, since it's a
But you
1984
can't
world,
do.
our adult beverage review will be an adult beverage that has no alcohol in it. Because in a 1984 world, it's the opposite of what it is. So our adult alcoholic beverage review will contain no alcohol. Time for a flavor explosion.
Move your mind and get ready for the drop.
Oh, and up for your edification today, I have Kavita Bold and Smooth Kombucha Master Brew Live Probiotics. This is a tart cherry, natural flavored with other natural flavors. 0% alcohol by volume, 40 calories per bottle. The exact opposite of high fructose corn syrup. Ugh.
I'm purely on soft drinks today, folks, like I say with my work. And I'm on Ribena. Just basically natural black currant. And look.
No
added sugar. So there you go. Sugar-free. Black currant. Ribena.
What are they got to be using something in there as a sweetener. What are they using? Saccharin? What?
It
NutraSweet?
is what we've got.
Sucralose?
We've got juice from concentrate, acids or maltic acid, citric acid, additional regulator sodium, extracts of carrot, and hibiscus or something, whatever it is. It's just
Hibiscus?
got sweet. Yeah, it's got sweeteners or aspartame.
Aspartame. That's your sweetener.
Aspartame and some more. God, I can't pronounce that. Ascoflame here.
I think we got a problem here. If you can't pronounce what's in it, is it really healthy for you to drink?
Well, I don't know. Where? And you see that? That one there, just where the key is, where my finger is.
A sulfame K. Aspartame. It's part of the sweetener.
That's the two sweeteners in it. That's what's in it. As a sweetener, but the rest is black currant.
And the ingredients on mine is sparkling water, kombucha culture, which is filtered water, black tea, green tea, and natural flavor. Filtered with cane sugar. So it does have some sugar in it.
Oh.
Cane sugar. Cane sugar is the same thing that's in the body armor.
Ah.
Except in the body armor, it's the number 2 ingredient after water. Kind of like your ketchup. Your ketchup bottle, a third of your ketchup bottle in the United States is sugar. I'm going to have to send you some for Christmas. I'm going to send you some ketchup and mustard from the States so you can taste it compared to yours. Because our mustard is nothing like your mustard that you sent me.
Tell you what, yeah. Well, if you're talking about sweeteners, I got some of that.
Ooh, big bottle of super sweet.
Yeah, I could always put that in there if I want to. Just chuck it in there. You don't look too impressed with that.
Smells like the green tea flavoring I got back there. Remember I mixed that up the one time?
Green tea flavoring. Oh, man.
Give it a try. Ooh, it's seltzered. Supposed to be good for you. Tart cherry, probiotics.
What smells like green tea?
Smells like green tea. It's not horrible.
Well, you don't look too impressed with it. You're like sitting there going, oh.
My wife says she's coming home to cut the grass and get drunk again because she loves cutting the grass and drinking, right? I'm definitely going to have some adult beverages after the show today because, this is supposed to be good for my gut with all those probiotics in there. You heard what they said about probiotics, don't you?
I think they're a grey area as well because we used to have one, them little so-called good drinks you get, right? And this, I'm not shitting you, right? This is a name that the said had in it, right? And if you don't think this is bullshit, I don't know what is. One of the ingredients was called Bifidus digestivus. What the fuck?
That's a culture of bacteria, mate. Look, This one is actually verified non-alcoholic.
Whoa.
It's a fermented drink, verified non-alcoholic. It's also gluten-free.
And it's gluten-free. Oh, hell. Oh, hell. You'll be getting talked about now, mate, drinking healthy stuff. Oh, Christ, will you? It's fucking horrible, isn't it? Did I tell the truth?
Wife said that she's stopping at the store on the way home and buying 2 cases of Arnold Palmer.
Well, there you go. That's what you can look forward to. You can bin that.
Listen, I'm a practical person. I don't bin anything if I can help it.
Well, just add some vodka to it. It might help.
I could do that. But that would kill the probiotics. No. Alcohol kills bacteria.
Exactly. That's what you want to kill if it smells like green tea.
The thing is, she bought this for me because back when I was having that whole little gout flare-up thingy that you got started, she's like, oh, I couldn't find any tart cherry juice, but I got this. This is tart cherry, and it's got probiotics, and it's supposed to be really good for you. Not realizing what it actually was. It's a fermented tea.
Pretty much. This is my philosophy. How come everything that's supposed to be good for you tastes shit?
Ain't that the truth?
You know what I mean?
That's not totally true, man.
Horrible.
I love spinach. I love salads with no dressing on it.
Oh, I love that. I love stuff like that. I love me salad stuff. Tomatoes,
cucumbers, peppers,
lettuce,
onions.
carrots.
You throw it all in there.
I'm
all
yeah,
for
man. Love it. Absolutely love stuff like that.
The only salad that I love to have dressing on is a Caesar salad.
Yeah. Without a doubt. I like some of the say the salad with the your coleslaws and your potato salads. I like kind of that stuff as well. I love that. Coleslaw. I could eat that like cows come home. Love it.
So 3D says if it's truly non-alcoholic, it either has no live cultures, not probiotic, or has no sugar, or it's just kombucha flavored drink.
Possibility.
Well, they have cane sugar in the ingredients, so there has to be some I think what it boils down to is, like, a lot of the things they say are non-alcoholic, like you can go buy non-alcoholic beer. It's not because it has 0 alcohol in it. It's just like below the threshold where they don't recognize it as being an alcoholic drink. Kind of like when smoking reaches less than 5%, you're considered a smoke-free country, like Sweden. They have a smoking rate of like 4%, so now they're a smoke-free country, even though 4% of the population is going to continue smoking.
You pretty hit the nail on the head on 3D effects. Next comment, he said, oh, wait, in the US, they can say it's nothing something if it's less than 1%. So it may still have 1% of...
Probably does.
Alcohol in. Yeah.
Because you know yourself, in the fermentation process, if it doesn't have the alcohol in it, it's more like a vinegar.
Yeah. There you go. You learn something new every day. Thank you for that, 3D.
That is the first time I've ever had this kombucha. Completely new.
And probably the last. Oh my God.
Is it actually good for you? It says it has live probiotics in it. If it's got alcohol in it, I'm not sure how the probiotic can survive in there.
Exactly.
It's like everything else in our world. You don't know what the hell to believe. They get done talking about all those vape studies, right? And the vape studies say how bad it is for your dental health. When you vape, that creates the worst thing in the world. Oh, yeah? Take your study participants and have them drink this before they go to bed.
Yep.
And tell me what their mouth feels like the next morning. And go do a culture swab on their teeth in the morning. This is 100% healthy. It's water and cane sugar and vitamins. Exactly what bacteria in your mouth need to grow and reproduce and multiply.
Exactly.
This, however, is not so
Madness.
at all.
You can tell.
Boldly invigorating. I suppose.
Invigorating. Would you say that's invigorating?
Take a look at that. Remember we were talking about recycling?
Yep.
Still in place for glass bottles. Michigan and Oregon, 10 cents a piece. Hawaii, Idaho, Maine.
There you go.
ME. What's ME?
There
I'm
you
having
go.
a brain fart. Massachusetts? No. New York, Vermont, 5 cents. In Canada, CRV.
See?
The probiotic is from a symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast, SCOBY, and is where fermentation comes from. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And why it always has some level of alcohol. Well, that makes total sense to me. I understand the science behind that.
Yeah.
3DFX has been making their own kombucha for about 16 years. I got a friend of mine that makes his own wine. You know, he takes all different kinds of grapes and turns it into wine. He's not a very good winemaker, I'll tell you that. He handed me a bottle the one time I tried, and I'm like, this would be great to cook with.
It's like drinking yeah, it's probably a cooking wine because it's acidic as hell. It's probably like drinking a bottle of vinegar. That's why I'm not a fan of white wine. I always find it tastes very vinegary to me. I'm just not. I like red. I'm not a fan of white.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I do make wine, mead, beer, and cider as well.
Ooh. We're going to have
Real
to give
cider.
you a visit, mate.
Real cider.
Yeah.
Real cider.
I do like a cider. I do like a nice cool cider on a summer day. Tremendous. More refreshing than the beer. All day long.
I want to say that this reminds me of cider, but it really doesn't.
No. Cider's bloody lovely, mate. Wine. Oof.
Kind of gathered that, though, from 40 calories for the entire bottle. Not per serving, for the entire bottle.
Really? 40k? Jesus.
As opposed to your soda that has 120 calories per serving, and there's like anywhere from 240 to 500 calories for the entire bottle. And then we have, for my dear mate across the pond, some beef jerky.
Jerky bites. My God. I can't even remember the last time I had some of that.
You said it looks like, you know, somebody took the beef and just left it out in the sun to rot. Not really. Look at that.
Oh, God. That looks like coal. looks like a lump of coal.
Mmm. I love it. That teriyaki flavor. Wow.
I'm a nut guy. I'll have to send you some of them Indian nuts. You'll be amazed. I'm telling you. You'll be blown away.
Mm. Very good.
Nothing wrong
Way
with
better for you than all this.
Oh, shit. Is that the sugar bowl? They in the sugar bowl and turned into a jerky bowl.
Mm. You get no arguments from me.
Or a peanut bowl. I love peanuts.
See how this kombucha goes with it.
Oh.
No.
Nope.
Still not a fan. Mallory says she makes her own beef jerky, and the recipe is super simple.
Oh. Yeah, you just hide it in your porch and dry it out for 3 months.
It works better when you have a dehydrator. You can't just do it. It's not like making sun tea. When I was growing up a kid, my mom used to make 2 things outside in the sun constantly. One was tea. Legit, take a big gallon mason jar and throw some tea bags in it, maybe some lemons, and put it out in the sun. Just put the cover on it loosely. And the other thing was pickles. Kosher pickles.
Pickles. Oh, pickles, yeah. I can get
Go
that.
right from the garden, in the jar, add the vinegar and the sugar and the seasonings.
Yeah.
Slice of bread on the top. Put the cover on loosely and just let it sit in the sun.
Love pickles.
Mmm.
I don't know how did that Branston pickle go down? Were you a fan of that, like that Branston pickle I sent, or that
still in our cupboard? Haven't made anything to go with it yet.
Simple cheese sandwich, cheese and pickle goes with cheese. Fantastic. Simple cheese sandwich.
I'm gonna do that. The wife's going on a cruise. It's supposed to be with my daughter, but my daughter is just. I don't even get into that. Anyway, she's going on a cruise. She's gonna be gone for a week. I'm going to make that the one day. I'm going to make some cheese toasty with some of that Branson's. I'm also going to go to our local store here. They have lamb patties and make some mushy peas to go with it.
Ooh,
put some of that Branson on that lamb patty.
Yeah. Well, we traditionally have like with a cheese. It's a cheese and pickle, you know, or like we have a pickled onion with cheese, you know. Kind of where we kind of mainly eat it. But you can use whatever for whatever else, whatever you like with a pickle on it. You can do whatever.
See, I'm the kind of person like my hamburgers. I don't want pickles on my burger because it like totally ruins the burger for me. But like you have like pasta or spaghetti or anything like that, or even like a meat and cheese tray or a sandwich in the summertime. I always love to have pickles on the side, especially the little kosher baby bills.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sweet pickled onions, little skinless sweet pickled onions, tremendous, beautiful, absolutely nice. Them, send you some of them and all, lovely.
I'm excited to give it a try. Tremendous. I really am.
Well, beautiful. I literally sit and just eat them out of the jar. They're that good. I just sit and I really do.
I've done that before myself.
Yeah.
There's the recipe. Cool. Once Upon a Chef, the best homemade beef jerky recipe. Take a look at that. There you go. No special equipment needed. soy sauce, Worcestershire sauce, meat tenderizer.
All in the sauce and the spice.
Oh, yeah. That looks really good. I'll have to give that a shot.
Give that one a go. You know, artificial shit in your homemade stuff.
You know, there's one problem with our 1984 world, no retro vape, or retro vape is actually our new vape that just came out. We're going to take and unbox this thing later. What the heck kind of flavor is that? What did you come up with that you... It's called Fat Fox. Is it on the top? That's the name.
God. Well, make of that one what you will until you taste it.
I looked all over the place to try and find out an actual description of that flavor, and I think it was like bold and zesty or something. Vibrant and zesty was the description of that flavor. It's kind of like the... My wife has it today. It's the one I did in the review, the apple... White gummy ice. Okay, what flavor is white? Well, how do you describe gummy? Gummy's a texture to me, not a flavor. And obviously, you get ice.
Chewy, and it's like
ice
a jelly.
ice.
Yeah. Odd.
But
very odd. White gummy
that's
ice.
a texture characteristic, not a flavor characteristic.
Yeah, kind of.
It's a modifier. Like, I've got plenty of ones. The Wonder Flavors came out with a whole bunch of gummy flavors and stuff. But the gummy is just a secondary characteristic of the flavor. Like a, red gummy. It's like a cherry. But it's not a straight up cherry. It's a cherry gummy. But you can't have just a gummy flavor. What is that?
Yeah, it is a texture. It's a gummy. It's like, like a jelly, That's a description of the texture. It's not a flavor. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's an odd one, that one. We'll have to wait and see, yeah.
I don't blame them for coming up with names like that, because sometimes when you come up with these flavors, they're like, oh, that's delicious, but it doesn't correlate to anything. So if you give somebody an expectation of what flavorings are in it and those are not depicted in the actual product, they'll be turned off by it. But if you name it something completely arbitrary, like speaker shells, they'll have no previous expectation for what that flavor is, and they will judge it strictly based upon what their impression is.
It affects his flavor. It's got a gummy flavor, and he thinks it's like made of a kind of a waxy, being kind of waxy. I don't know.
They give other flavors that polished. It's kind of like, your candy, your Skittles. Your Skittles are actually a jelly candy, and then they put them in with sugar, and they toss them and turn them to create that outer candy layer. And the food coloring just gives it that color.
Yeah.
But the amount of citric acid in there is what determines whether it actually tastes like what you expect it to taste like based on the color on the outside. They all play hand in hand. It's like your nose and your mouth. A lot of the things that you taste, you don't actually taste them, you smell them. And your brain converts that into a taste.
Well, they do the kind of trick your brain anyway, don't it? Tricks your brain into thinking that it is a flavor, but they...
Yeah, because your tongue can only perceive sweet, salty, savory, and the rest of it is all amalgamation of what we smell and what our taste buds notice, and that falls into a chart, and this is what it tastes like, and this is what it tastes like, and if you cut certain things down, it can get very analytical.
You're right what you see.
Like these flavor chemists, when Darren comes up with these flavor profiles, he knows the intricate components of each of those flavorings.
Mm-hmm. But you know as yourself, it's a big influence. You come in from outside and your wife's cooking, that smells good. That's the first thing. Oh, yes, I'll look forward to that.
Like when I make chicken soup, and it sits there and cooks all day long, and the whole house gets filled with that aroma. You recognize that as soon as you open the door. You don't even need to walk in the house. There's other things that you can make as well.
you've got a coffee percolator sitting there all day. Your house is just smelling of coffee. Love the smell of it. Lovely when your house smells that. Gorgeous.
That's what I need
welcoming.
to do. I need to bring up the old-fashioned coffee pot and put it out here, and that's just what I make every Tuesday.
Sure.
Save me from burning through 4 pods when I can just make 1 pot. Open up 1 bag of ground coffee and have a whole pot.
Boom.
And then the best part is whatever's left over, my wife can have for iced coffee the next day.
There you go. You see, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What can I say? Iced coffee, no. Hell no. My daughter bought an iced coffee making machine, and I'm like, why? Just why?
Cold brew coffee is completely different. You ever hear cold brew coffee? You guys have any of that over there?
Well, I've heard of it. I've heard of it. We probably got a stupid name for it, but I have heard of cold brew coffee.
You legit take the coffee grounds and put it in cold water. Put it in the refrigerator for 2 days.
Ooh.
That's how you brew it.
Yeah.
It's not bitter at all.
Hey man, my children put coffee in water in the fridge and they use it as a skin thing. They sit and put coffee on the faces. What? Why?
I wanted to. I've got some whole bean coffee here, and I do have an old style grinder that's got the blade in the inside. I want to get a conical burr grinder so I can make all the coffee grounds exactly the same size. Well, the wife is like very hesitant about spending $90 on a burr grinder. Like, you know how much coffee I can buy for $90? I'm like, yeah, but once you own a conical burr grinder, you don't need to buy it anymore. You can buy just the beans, and the beans last forever until you grind them. That's like, you know, she makes herself actually I make it for her, an espresso every morning. And since I bought the pre-ground packets of coffee, I love this Kirkland brand coffee. Got addicted to it at the club. And I opened 1 bag and put that in her jar with some of the stuff that she ground up herself. And man, does that tamp down in that espresso machine so nicely. Completely different.
So yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a coffee connoisseur. I don't like strong coffee. If it's too strong, I cannot drink. I'll be honest. I'll probably commit the biggest crime to all the coffee connoisseurs. I like instant coffee. I love instant coffee.
Most Europeans do.
Love it. Yeah, I love it. But when you give us grub, I mean, I don't go to
coffee.
I don't go to Starbucks or anything and get their coffees because I just think they're too bitter. They're horrible. They're too strong for me.
Oh, here in the States, Starbucks is not like, you know, coffee. Starbucks is all about all the frou-frou drinks. You know, you get some of their drinks don't even have coffee in it.
Yeah. I think the other one is
foam and
Costa
sugar and caramel and flavorings.
I think the other one's called Costa Coffee or Costa Restaurant. They do it and all. And again, it's just too strong. You're like, nah, too bitter. If I get something from one of them shops, I've got to literally put half a kilo of sugar in before I can drink it. It's no.
Nah, that's something we could do. A $55 investment for Cuisine Art burr grinder. Definitely better than the one I got. The one I got's like 20 years old. Still works fine.
There's probably cheaper alternatives. Yeah, there's probably cheaper alternatives in this day and age, man. Electric ones and all that shit, man. You've got to be in this day and age.
It's like I was shocked last time we were up at camping and I was walking through the store. The traditional coffee pot, you can pick them up for like $9 now. Really? Traditional coffee maker, the coffee pot with the, you know, little paper filter you put in the top. You pour the water in the back. $9. I remember spending $100 on a coffee maker like that because it's got an alarm clock. Automatically made the coffee for me in the morning before I got out of bed. Make it the night before.
We used to have something. I think I showed you a while ago. We used to have a tea made. It was like an electric alarm clock, and it made you a cup of tea in the morning. And you woke up with a cup of tea.
I'm spoiled now.
Oh, here we go. You were spoiled a long time ago, mate. Yeah.
My instant. I told you I wanted a nice flat white. There you go, an espresso flat white. It's instant coffee.
Right.
Creamer.
Yep. I like them. I don't mind them. They're all right.
Yeah.
Do you think with some of them pod machines where put them little tiny cups under and you only get like, what? Come on, give us a proper cup.
Oh, it's definitely worth it. It is completely different than, your traditional drip coffee.
Yeah.
Because it's made like espresso is made. It pressurizes the water. It preheats the water, and the hot water coming through at a pressure through that pod.
Beautiful.
Just the right amount of contact time with the coffee beans, and just completely different experience than drip coffee, regardless of how you grind it.
I sometimes watch, well, you probably know Peter McKinnon, and he's very coffee, he likes his coffees. In fact, I think he's actually got his own brand out. That's how well in he was with these companies. This Canadian guy, and Peter McKinnon, photographer and whatever. But he's well into his coffees. Nah.
If you have a bitter cup of coffee, just add a pinch of salt, and it will cut the bitterness down. Yes.
Really? I never knew that. I
True
never
fact.
knew that. I never knew that. Food for thought, as they say.
And the reason why it's good to invest in a good coffee grinder that accurately grinds your coffee beans to a consistency that is throughout the same is because those small, tiny pieces of coffee, when you use them in your traditional choppers, makes it very acidic. Large pieces are sour.
Ah, right.
So when you have a conical burr grinder, all the coffee is ground to the same size, and that same size gives you a consistent flavor. You don't want it too acidic nor too sour. You want it right in the middle.
In the middle, yeah. That makes sense. Definitely makes sense. Totally, I can say that. I can definitely say that. But like I said, I'm not a coffee connoisseur. I'm just an instant coffee man, and that does me. It gives me a little kick in the morning that I need.
I am definitely going to have to check that one out.
Ooh. There you go. $59.
Not too shabby.
Oh.
$59.95. Actually, you can pick one up on eBay for $30. It's a refurbished one. No excuses.
There you go. There you go.
Well, sir, we don't have any real hand checks today in the 1984 world, so how about we go to some dad jokes?
I know.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Where did you get those artifacts? The British Museum says We found them. We just found them. We found those British artifacts. When you're over 40 and you turn your neck too fast, oh, I hurt myself again.
Been there, done that.
80s movies. How many have you guys seen of these 80s movies?
Oh,
Pretty in Pink? Breakfast Club?
No.
Goonies?
Yes. Goonies.
Short
Short
Circuit?
Circuit.
Weird
Lost
Science.
Boys. That's one of my wife's favorite. One of my wife's favorite films. That the Lost Boys, and the Goonies.
Better Off Dead?
E.T. Lethal Weapon. Oh, the Evil Dead classic. Alien. Oh my God.
Risky Business. Rebecca De Mornay? Tom Cruise?
Terminator. Die Hard. Die Hard. Yick-yay.
The whole series. The whole Die Hard series, the whole Lethal Weapon series, all Beverly Hills Cop episodes. There's what, 4 of them? Raging Bulls, Broadcast News. Never saw Broadcast News.
Beverly Hills Cop, Eddie Murphy. I was loving it.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Neil Pitt says he's seen them all.
Gosh. Bill and Ted.
Working
That was
Girl,
Keanu Reeves,
Can't Buy Me
wasn't he?
Love, Mystic Pizza.
Keanu Reeves was in that one. He was a young boy in that. Keanu Reeves, wasn't he? Bill and
How about
Ted.
Same Elmo's Fire? I love the song. It made me go watch the movie.
Oh. Gonna be the highest mountain. Gonna teach me that set them on fire.
Yes.
Motion.
Now that song's gonna be playing in my head the rest of the day.
Yep.
Caddyshack, Ghostbusters, Heathers, Flashdance, Coming to America. Have you seen the latest Coming to America? The remake?
No, I haven't. I haven't seen that one.
It's good. It is one of those rare ones that they did a remake of something. It came out a second version, and it was almost as good as the original. It's not as good as The Royal Penis is Clean, Your Highness, but it's pretty good.
Stand By Me. That was
Stand
a
By Me.
classic.
What a
Top Gun.
classic.
Yeah. Top Gun.
Same as Top Gun. Did you see the latest Top Gun movie?
Yep, seen that. To me, it wasn't quite as good as the original.
Wasn't quite as good. Wasn't bad, though.
I think just the special effects were a bit better.
Me watching the same 80s movies since the 80s.
Oh, God, who's
Airplane.
he again? He's been in fucking... He's been in all sorts, hasn't he?
If the 80s had a smell, I could have bought all that in the cupboard, medicine cupboard. Dracar Noir.
Jesus.
Hulk Hogan versus
wrestling.
Andre the Giant, WrestleMania 3, 93,173 people in attendance. Pontiac Silverdome in Detroit, Michigan.
Did he die, him, Andre the Giant? Is he dead now? No, he's dead,
I
isn't
don't
he?
know, man. They both dropped off the face of the earth.
Hulk Hogan's still
with
alive
that?
and breathing, but I think he died, Andre, because obviously with his size, he had health issues.
This I thought was fascinating. You never get to see behind the scenes. How did they film the marshmallow scene in Ghostbusters? It's all miniaturized.
It's all miniature, yeah, little model. That was
Models,
before you
and there was a guy
CGI and
underneath,
shit,
and
wasn't
they
it?
had magnets on the cars.
Yeah. Wow.
There's too much smoking on a show set in the 1980s. Really? That's the 1980s.
I'll tell you what was missing off that list. That just popped in my head,
yeah.
which is another classic episode. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Come on.
Mhm. Indiana
Raiders
Jones.
of the Lost Ark. Yeah. Oh, the A-Team.
Knight
Rider. And Airwolf. I grew up watching that shit.
I loved it. All of it.
Oh, the Hulk.
You don't want to see
Don't
me
make
when
me
I'm
angry, Mr. McGee. Yeah. That was it. Don't make me angry, Mr. McGee. You wouldn't
How about
like
this
me when
movie?
I'm
Do you know
angry.
this movie?
Oh, God, no, hang on.
McDowell's Restaurant is your clue. Coming to America. Coming to
Oh, no,
America.
Coming to America.
Eddie Murphy. Arsenio Hall.
Yeah. The pennies dropped. The penny dropped, yeah.
Speed, check my radar. MASH.
Yes, sir.
MASH. A show, I bought all the VHS tapes of it. And then I got them sold
How long
off.
did that? How
Then I bought all the
long did that
DVDs
run
of it.
for?
MASH?
How long did that run for? God, it went for years, didn't it?
Yeah. 13
So,
seasons.
wow. Something along again then, but it just kept. I mean, you can still get it now on old TV. Some of the
From
series are still on the
September
TV today.
1972 to February 1983.
Jesus, that long?
Yes, sir.
Holy moly. That's mind-boggling, that, like.
How many of you remember buying posters?
Well,
You had
yeah,
posters up on your wall.
Well, yeah, I had all them cars and all that stuff. Loved them.
Flirting is a part of my heritage. What do you mean? Her mother was a slut too. Golden Girls. Remember Golden Girls?
Golden Girls. Vaguely remember that.
Okay, well, you don't remember them. You definitely remember Beastie Boys. And let me tell you, they didn't fight
Oh,
for your
well.
right to party, so y'all could be sitting there drinking your White Claw.
Yeah. No sleep till Brooklyn.
Hey, man, the brownies I
them.
started to make in my Easy Bake Oven in 1987 are ready if you guys want one.
Oh, shit, no.
First come, first serve. There's only 2 here.
Oh, no.
Forrest, I have something to tell you. Your daddy was the bandit.
Daddy's a... That would make sense.
Smokey and the Bandit, man. That's a classic.
Oh, God, I'll tell you what film I really enjoyed by him, and it's not as popular as Smokey. Deliverance. Remember Deliverance?
Mm-hmm.
That was fantastic film. That this dear. Brilliant film.
Your worst enemy, 3 p.m. on a hot day as a kid.
Yep. Ooh, ow, burns. 3rd degree burns.
Harriet Olsen, the original Karen.
That makes sense. Wow.
Admit it, you're probably thinking about how those smelled right now.
Yeah.
The original Play-Doh.
Yep.
Not the stuff they're selling nowadays.
No.
And if you've ever played on this puke-causing, concussion-giving, bone-breaking, kid rocket-launching hunk of metal and survived, you are a true warrior from the 80s.
I rest my case. I was.
One day we said this will be our last coin, and it was.
Defender. Jesus Christ. That's a fucking retro game itself.
Can't tell you how many of those I've
About the times
refurbished.
I used to bang. Oh, yeah, man. The collectible, them things, do, man. People collect them.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
the arcade
had their
machine.
fad, but the thing is, once the collectors got them, everybody else wanted peanuts for them. They're like, I can play it on my phone. Why am I going to give you $800 for it?
This is it, yeah.
Because I spent $700 to get it to look like it's, back in the 80s, brand new. Meanwhile, middle school really had us eating lunches at 10:30 in the morning with a stage in the same room.
Remember the days, the good old Thiggy Hall.
I don't feel like posting today, so I'm just going to put this up. Remember the day you had a substitute teacher? You didn't really have a substitute teacher. The principal just wheeled that in and threw a tape in for you to watch.
Yeah. Watch it. It's very educational. Okay.
There you go. You can sing this one.
See your true colors. That's why I love you. So don't be afraid. We'll be driving everybody away with my singing.
Very good, mate. All right, how many of you out there watch The Wonderful World of Disney on Sunday nights?
Yeah, definitely watch The Wonderful World of Disney.
And here's what I don't have a picture for. How about Jacques Cousteau? You remember Jacques Cousteau?
Jacques Cousteau. Oh, the
Sea Explorer.
Yeah. That's right.
The moment you realize that He-Man was actually the original Tiger King.
Maybe that's where he got his inspiration from.
How many of you remember these? Smelly stickers. Scratch and sniff stickers.
I don't think we've seen them over here.
You didn't have those over there? Oh, man, you missed out, dude. They're legit scratch and sniff stickers.
I cannot remember seeing them over here.
Grape jelly, smell like a cookie, an apple, buttered popcorn, root beer, pretzel, watermelon. And you wonder why we vape and DIY our own liquids. Come on now. We were primed for this as kids. Ancient artifacts that'll confuse millennials.
Vulcan ring, audio track, cigarette lighter, drive-in movie theater speaker, drive-in, actual
110 millimeter camera,
wind up door handle, windows,
flashes that legit are disposable.
Flashes, yeah.
You can smell that right now, can't you?
No, the bangers, right? And the cap gun.
Cap gun. The charge card.
Yeah. Oh, you saw with the viewfinder. The viewfinder. Yep. Yeah.
Mama's makeup mirror.
What the fuck is that? Yeah.
Remote control.
What's the fuck remote control?
How about a nut set?
Yeah.
To crack your nuts and to de-shell them. And how about from music class? They had the chalk in it so that the teacher could draw the staff on the chalkboard.
Yeah. Right. Wow.
Ancient artifacts from our childhood.
Oh,
Circa.
look at that.
1982? Atari.
The old
best Saturday night you'll ever have.
The Atari, and then along came the Sega Mega Drive. Spirograph.
Best Christmas present I ever had as a child.
Yeah.
Spirograph.
You sat for hours on them. Yeah. You sat for hours on them.
I had trying to figure out what new patterns I could make that weren't on the box.
It's like that Etch-a-Sketch as well, with the red thing with the two lobs on you and drew lines.
This was way more entertaining than the Etch-a-Sketch. Etch-a-Sketch was cooler, but this was just like, especially because you had the pen with 4 different colored inks in it. Do it with this color, then you change the color and do it again.
Yeah, it was good stuff. Very basic, but very clever.
When you want to get in shape for summer, but all you can think about is pizza.
That's my boy, that's all he does. He eats bloody pizza.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Pizza.
Wannabe. Light Bright, yeah. I bought Light Brights for my kids. They were the generic ones in the dollar store.
Yeah.
Just figure this out.
All in all, you're just another brick in the wall. Oh,
here you go. Here's some more 80s cars for you.
Now you're talking my language.
Ghostbusters, A-Team, Magnum P.I. How many do you watch Magnum P.I.?
Magnum P.I. Tom Selleck. Yeah, my mom used to love watching that.
Miami
Even Mom
Vice.
thinks we're always up. Batman, The Love Bug, Herbie, Dukes of Hazzard,
Back to the
Back
Future.
to the Future, the DeLorean, Knight Rider,
Starsky and Hutch.
Starsky and Hutch.
Oh, I love Starsky and
hell
Hutch.
yeah. Hell yeah.
James Bond.
Mad Max.
Mad Max.
Mad Max, that was class. My God.
How about these? How many of you guys were subject to this? Your parents handing you a note to go buy them cigarettes. I wasn't one of them children.
Many a time. Many a time.
Please let my daughter buy Benson and Hedges Lights 100s for me, Miss Kenny.
Yep. Yep.
End road work! End road work now!
And now we've got quite a lot of them going on around our way at the moment. Sick of the sight of them.
And here you go. You want to
relax.
go back to the 80s? How about a 10 megabyte computer system for only $6,000?
That
Comes
had to
with
be
a
IBM.
28 amp power supply and a 12-inch monitor. It was only available in green.
Not IBM, because they were the early computers, weren't they? The IBMs. And Windows ripped them off.
How about Computer Shopper? The Computer Shopper magazine, it was like this thick. All the different ads for the different computers.
Yeah.
Had a Wang 8086 in 1981. $6,000 would have been a bargain back then. Yep.
Oh, what? Wow.
I was arguing with a guy at the pub who said he was a bigger pop star in the 80s. I didn't believe him, but he was adamant. Adamant.
I used to like him, actually, Adamant.
10 cents entertained us for days, not hours. Days.
Yeah. Especially when you got stuck on a tree. Took you jump the tree.
You put little paper clips on them to be able to do special things with them, get them to spin and stuff. Louis, hello and welcome.
I used to have one similar, but it was plastic and it was on a string. And it had a propeller on the front. You swung it round and the propeller would buzz. It was crazy. It was a little plate. And you used to run around
We
with
had
it.
ones where the propeller would stick on the front of it, and there would be rubber bands on the two sides, and you could spin, you know, tighten up the rubber band,
and then just
let go of it, and it would actually fly. Meanwhile, when we were kids, we asked our mom and dad for McDonald's. They said, "No, we got McDonald's at home. Don't worry about it." This is what she meant.
Yep. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt.
And the sad reality is now I would much rather have this than McDonald's.
Oh, yeah.
Because if I eat this, I'm not going to be hungry in a half an hour.
Exactly.
80s girls, this was your kryptonite. Polo.
Yeah. That polo.
I got a jar
Still
of that in
going
the
now,
medicine
you still
cabinet
get it.
too.
You can still get that now, polo.
It's 1987. Which movie are you going to watch?
Full Metal Jacket. Legend. I love that film. I could watch that day in, day out. That is fantastic film. That drill master is just, yeah. Pony steers and queers come from Texas. You don't like to steer me.
Exactly.
From now
Louis
on,
like,
you
wow,
will
I was born in
have it
88.
fire. Come on, man.
I graduated in 89.
You haven't lived. You've seen some of that stuff. Haven't lived.
1 minute you're young and cool, maybe even a little dangerous. And the next minute, you're reading Amazon reviews for birdseed.
That's so true.
Marty McFly went from 1985 to 1955, which is kind of like traveling today back to 1994.
Hell yeah.
That's scary.
It is.
Wow.
Imagine, eh?
A fictional character's death that you've never gotten over.
Oh, that's a hard one.
I'll tell you who my wife's never gotten over. Ty. Dying on Heartland. It's a show about horses over here in the States. It's filmed in Canada. We watched every season of that. And then when Ty died, my wife quit watching. She's like, I don't want to watch it anymore. He's not on there.
Probably Old Shep, Elvis Presley song. Old Shep, he has gone where the good doggies go. Oh, that was heart-wrenching.
Carl from The Walking Dead.
I think, Professor out the Harry Potter man there, what do you call him? Oh, when he went wee to the fall, can't remember his name. It's gone.
I never got
He's out
into
the Harry
Harry Potter. Sorry, mate.
Oh, the films are fantastic.
Old Yeller. Oh. Old Yeller. Okay, what 80s song are they singing? Because they can. Come up with a song. What song are they singing?
You actually had me looking at that, like, and then you went because they can. That one.
Is that an actual song?
Exactly. Can.
Jingle bells.
Oh my God.
Dear kids, this is what your grandmas looked like back in the 70s.
Yeah. They don't realize you were young once, do they?
We all were young once. Okay, here's a question for you. What shows would be on your 80s cartoon Mount Rushmore?
Danger
Fred
Mouse
Flintstone.
was Danger Mouse was that was a UK thing, and Count Duckula. Danger Mouse and Count Duckula were two popular cartoons.
How about Captain Caveman?
Captain Caveman. Definitely Freddie Flintstone. Gotta be. Captain Caveman.
Tom and Jerry and Mr.
Tom and
Magoo.
Jerry. Mr. Magoo. Even like some of the, Bugs Bunny, Wile E. Coyote.
Mallory's like the Coca-Cola song. Yeah, I could see them singing the Coca-Cola song
I'd like
for Christmas.
to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony with Advocacy. Wow.
Mallory says
Well, that was-
Transformers, Herman,
He-Man.
G.I. Joe, and Looney Tunes. Does Herman Munster qualify?
He-Man. It's He-Man.
Oh, He-Man.
He's already on.
I don't know why
Yeah,
I
he's
put an
already
R
on.
in there.
He-Man.
He's there. I'm so glad we got to grow up with Robin Williams in our lives.
so
Mork
true.
and Mindy.
Absolute legend.
The Mrs.
Fantastic
Doubtfire.
actor. Yeah, brilliant.
Good Morning,
Brilliant,
Vietnam.
brilliant. Even some of his more, serious films were good. Blubber, remember Blubber? Ring, ding, 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 ding.
Oh my God. He was such an artist.
There's a one
An
we forgot.
amazing soul.
And there's another one we forgot as well.
Missed in Space. Lost in Space.
Nope. What about Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? Remember that movie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Or-
There's 8-year-old me homesick and Bob Barker and The Price is Right.
Or The Little Shop of Horrors. Remember that one? The little singy song, musical
Yeah.
song? Steve Martin as the dentist. And there's Bill Murray who was the sadistic person who loved being in pain of a dentist. Oh, yes.
I just realized contains 3% juice.
Wow. Oh shit.
God. Dad, what was it like in the 80s? Well, we had dudes dressed up like fruit trying to sell us underwear, so make of that what you will.
It was crazy, crazy times. Crazy times.
Behold, a mighty chain lamp, a staple in every home.
Everybody had
Not
them.
just the 70s, also in the 80s. In Grandma's houses in the 90s.
Everybody like putting wood paneling in the house. I remember that. You know the tongue and groove planks. Remember them? Everybody used to put them on the wall.
Everywhere.
Everything was tongue and groove. It was
Here in the
everywhere,
States, it was
wasn't it? Tongue and
paneling.
groove wood. Paneling, yeah. But we call it tongue and groove because the way it's slotted together.
Yeah. Ours was paneling
yeah,
because it looks
was
like it's tongue
everywhere.
and groove, but it's not actually tongue and groove. It's just literally a sheet that they threw on the wall, nailed in place.
Yeah.
My mom's living room, family room still has that. It was halfway up, and they put a chair rail across the top of it.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Wow.
And then wallpaper. Everything had to be wallpapered.
Yeah.
What's one classic rock song that makes your foot get heavy? How about I Can't Drive 55?
I can sing it, but I can't remember it.
Go ahead.
Get your motor running, head on the highway. Oh God, I can't remember. It's just a brain fart who sang it. Like that was a classic. That one, brilliant.
Listen, folks.
Born to be
The fact that there's a highway to hell and a stairway to heaven tells you significantly which one's going to get a lot more visits.
Yeah.
Born to be wild.
That was it. That was it. Born to be wild. That's Steppenwolf. That's them. Steppenwolf. I had a brain fart there, but it came back.
Yeah. Today's kids want $1,000 cell phones. Meanwhile, we just wanted this tacky mess.
God almighty.
That's what got me
Holy
interested in
moly.
electronics. Seeing one of them going, ooh, that's how they're doing it now?
Yeah, how does that
Then
work?
you realize when you took apart the
Let's
old
pull it
stuff,
apart.
it looked nothing like the new electronics.
No.
And if this doesn't remind you of your childhood, I'm sorry. You missed out.
Yeah. Spent many
Forget
a day in a
this
place
phone
like that.
apps to play games. Having to go to an arcade and drop quarters in.
That's what I'm saying. You done errands to get money to go, didn't you? You done odd jobs. You done anything to get some money to
That's
put
why
in them
I love
machines.
laughing at these jokes they put up there. This was GoFundMe back in the 80s when you were pushing a lawnmower. You cut the whole
man.
neighborhood's grass so you have enough quarters to go to the arcade.
If it was winter, you would clear snow off people's paths, stuff like that, snow shoveling. You've done all sorts. Get your bits. Oh my God. Holy
Do you have one of
crap.
them growing up?
Yeah, definitely. Hot Wheels.
Hot Wheels Service Center. Okay, so what TV show from your childhood will forever hold a special place in your heart?
Quite a few when I was growing up. I mean, Rainbow was a big one.
Going back to the youngest, the earliest show that took the special place in my heart, Grizzly Adams.
Grizzly Adams. The Little House on the Prairie was another thing, wasn't it? That was a weird one. That was a whoa. That was up. And the other one he played when he was an angel. What was that one called?
Highway to Heaven.
Highway to Heaven. Oh shit.
Doctor Who.
Do you know kids shows? I mean, the clangers. You know, just
Lost
they're
my
just still
virginity
there.
to Star Trek. An episode of Star Trek.
All right. Did you set your face at a stun?
No.
Oh my God.
The last
You
time I
can't
had
take
faith in
any
the
more
news
now.
was when it was with Huey Lewis. Remember Huey Lewis in the News?
Huey Lewis. That's the power of love. Yeah. We must admit some of the music in the 80s was very cheesy. There was a few cheesy songs out there.
There was nothing wrong with that cheesy music. What kids today drink, what we drank as kids. Garden hose.
Straight up. Hose pipe.
Straight out of the hose. And this was a total failure. They come up with this program to put these on your window. If you had a kid's room, it went on your window. See, but the problem was is they forgot that these things were made back when stickers were meant to actually last. And the problem was people moved out of the house, a new family moved in and never took the sticker off the window. So there we were throwing ladders up to windows that had no kids in it because it was in the office or a library or the dog's room or walk-in closet.
Yeah. Weird.
Sometimes I like to drop my kids off in the 80s just to see how long they'd make it.
Oh, yes. The things we did there, man. Jesus, growing up.
And the ramps. People used to build these ramps right in the middle of the freaking driveway in the road. Take a sheet of plywood out, throw it up in a bucket.
Totally guilty.
Not 5 minutes. They wouldn't last 5 minutes.
We used to make what they call bogies, or you might call them a cart. You got old pram wheels made of wooden frame, bit string on to steer it. Them were death traps because you're hurling down the hill, you had nowhere stopping. It just whoosh.
Listen, I lost a fingernail riding my bike just on the street. Somebody yelled for me. I turned my head. My handlebar went this way and went right into a mailbox. Didn't think nothing of it. Got back up on the bike and rode home. Problem was 2 days later, my nail fell off my finger. No helmets, no pads, no problem.
Nah.
Some of the most damn intense television ever experienced during the 80s. And The Price is Right.
But can you remember though, if you did fall off your bike and you grazed your knee, it would be none of this like go to E&E. Your mother would get a dishcloth, spit on it, and rub it.
Or iodine, a bottle of iodine.
Yeah, iodine.
I'll take care of that for you. Man, did that hurt?
Iodine, Jesus.
There was your incentive to never get hurt again.
Too right.
There we go. Meanwhile, the world, 1984, the only good nation is imagination. And even that might get you in trouble with Big Brother.
Yeah. Wow, man. Holy shit.
I know more than three people are going to get it. But we all remember
And
this.
so, yep.
Wind that tape back in. You wake up in the last TV show you watched in your 80. Where would you be?
Probably Knight Rider, I think was the last one I ever watched. Knight Rider. I'd be driving Kit. Or Kit would be driving me, as the case may be.
3D effects says that I shot myself with a 22 in my calf and was told to walk it off. I got a hold of my dad's 22 shells and I was firing them off on a cinder block wall with a hammer. I still got a piece of brass in my shoulder because the doctor said, if it's not bothering you, there's no point in taking it out. It's still in my shoulder.
You've got shrapnel wounds. Holy shit.
A man answered an ad that read, hiring welders, $18 to $28 an hour. When he arrived, he was told that he would have to take a welding test and turn 2 sets of welds. When the boss asked him why he did this, he replied, well, one is $18 an hour. The other is $28 an hour.
Yeah. The quality of your work. That's so clever.
What do you want to pay me? $18 an hour?
Yeah.
Or $28 an hour?
That's so clever.
Meanwhile, in the
Cinnamon bun $1.
1984 world, we have to put descriptors up to say not actual size of a $1 cinnamon bun.
Imagine getting one that size. It'd be awesome.
Well, no shit, Sherlock. You can't get one quite that big, but I guarantee you, if you go to Gatlinburg, Tennessee, Davy Crockett's restaurant will serve you a cinnamon bun. No kidding, is this big around and that tall.
Jesus. Damn.
I could look through my Google photos and show you a picture of it. 4 of us couldn't finish eating it.
Fucking hell.
Granted, we had breakfast before we started that, but that was a dessert. And here we go, 1984 world, folks. One way, stop,
One way,
no right turn.
Stop, no right turn. Okay, that
What we
makes
gotta do,
sense.
back up? They should have had a sign up earlier that said no outlet. And you know what? The fact remains that everything changes once you wake up to the reality.
Oh, true. Yep.
Doesn't matter. You've already got 10 of something. They want you to buy another one.
Oh, yeah.
I think Elon Musk should go buy MTV so we can start showing music videos again.
Wow. Them were the days.
MTV is no longer about music videos. It's about making movies and all kinds of series and...
That's what was music television. That was what MTV was, music television channel. Not now.
Yeah. And something I wish my daughter had actually learned. Disrespect will close doors that apologies simply can't reopen anymore.
True.
That's something our generation took to heart and lived by.
Yeah.
Do all fairy tales begin with once upon a time? No. Many of them begin with, if I'm elected, I promise.
How true.
And a little reminder from our 80s childhood, it's okay to be useless and beautiful.
You're right.
Did you make one of them growing up as a kid?
Sand bottle, we call them sand bottles.
Yep.
We used to be nasty because when my sisters used to make, we used to go and shake them. Looks better now. It's a 12.
Funny meme. Dear mother-in-law, stop telling me how to raise my kids. I live with one of yours and I've seen your work already. You know what? The phrase, don't take this the wrong way, has 0 success rate.
Makes sense.
The good old days when you had to stop and ask for directions.
Yep.
Was he stopping to ask for directions like no man ever did?
Nope. Or was he just stopping asking and saying how much?
Hoping that she'd say how much so he wouldn't have to ask and potentially go to jail because she's a cop.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's the Aquaman from the 80s. And then we got Watermail. Starting about 2000s. And effective last year, we now have Liquid Person.
Yeah.
There's history summed up for
football.
you in one meme.
Did It's like that now with our football game. Used to, the best player used to get the man of the match award. Now it's player of the match. Not man of the match, player of the match.
I think it should be man or woman
shit.
or whatever they identify as. That should be what they're called. I mean, why we got to come up with this generic bullshit labeling? Like, people aren't confused enough about life and reality.
Exactly.
And propaganda. But here's how to politely tell somebody that they're stupid. Wisdom has been chasing you, but you've always been faster. Vote removes stubborn orange stains, but does not remove brown stains that all politicians have.
Exactly.
If your boyfriend doesn't have a beard, you have a girlfriend. New rule, effective immediately.
No.
How about thicken
thicken
McNuggets?
Like an ass.
This guy now works at IHOP.
Oh. Fucking hell. Bad idea.
Your chances of being killed by a bunny are low, but never zero. Everything has risk in life. You either accept it or you don't. Don't tell other people how to live their life.
True.
Do you think Elastigirl can extend her clit till it's the size of a dick and peg, Mr. Incredible?
Jesus.
What?
What the fuck? Oh my God.
It was just a way to get Big Brother to go, what? How did we miss that? We didn't know that was coming.
Exactly.
No pun intended. Is 34 a lot? Well, it depends on the context. Dollars? No. Felony convictions? Yes.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense.
Here you go. We found this on the internet, so we know it's true. This is a rare picture of Keith Richards waiting for electricity to be discovered.
Yeah, bugger, he probably was around that time, the age of him. Jesus.
When a mate in Australia says, just down the road, it can be anywhere from a block to a 3-day drive. Also works down in the south of the United States.
I bet. Holy
Especially
boy.
out west. Go to Kansas? That may be the most true state in this country.
Jesus.
My 14-year-old daughter just screamed fuck and slammed her bedroom door after she learned she's going to be menstruating every month or so for the next 30 to 40 years. And I can't blame her one bit.
True. Wouldn't wish her my worst enemy. Glad I was born the other way. Really do.
Babe, you still mad at me?
Okay.
Babe. Fun fact, the majority of archaeologists are women due to their natural ability to dig shit up from the past.
It's so true.
Pick up the soap, Donnie.
Oh,
How about
my
Master
God,
T?
this thing, Master T. Master T.
Give Obi-Wan a run for his money.
Oh, what?
White woman gives birth to black baby and accuses her husband of having sex with a black girl. What?
Okay. Really?
Misinformation. Today I went to toilet without my phone. There are 124 towels in the bathroom. I tried donating blood. Never again! Too many stupid questions. Whose blood is it? Where did you get it from? Why is it in this bucket? Never again am I donating blood. What? You are reading this because you forgot your smartphone when you went to the toilet, didn't you?
I bet that's so true. I bet that actually does happen.
Drain cleaner. Food in the U.S. Army. U.S. Army food? Marine Care. What? Marine Corps food? What? Air Force food? U.S. Navy food? Coast Guard food? CIA.
Yeah, he's on the cork. Yep.
Well, now, that's interesting. The most terrifying capability of the United States military remains to be the capacity to destroy a fully operational Burger King, to deploy a fully operational Burger King to any terrestrial theater in operations in under 24 hours.
You want burgers? Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, it'll take a week to get water to the Superdome in case of another hurricane. Sorry for your luck. But we can get you a Burger King.
Burger.
If gaming has taught me anything, it's that 4 men need to piss in these urinals at the same time to unlock the secret level below.
Interesting.
My political views are whatever this place is.
The fuck?
Must be a police supply store. Look at all the donuts and guns.
Jesus. Food and guns, that is, yeah.
With the world in disarray, I believe now is the time to honor indigenous cultures. Let us all go forth and sacrifice our politicians to the sun god. Whether it works or not, I see no downside to this plan.
Hell no. Hell no. Let's do it.
There you go. Cookie what?
Monster.
But, I think this should be on the next version of Men in Black.
Definitely.
Okay. Getting old is weird because, you know, you're still that same enthusiastic kid, but now you're trapped inside a shit show of a body. Living in a shit show of a world that has no remnants of what you thought it was going to be.
Hello.
Meanwhile, Dad's at a parent-teacher conference.
Yep.
And this is why I glued that sock to the back of my dryer.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm in the mood for a little treat, son. How'd you like some Baskin Robbins? Not the Baskin Robbins I remember from the 80s at the mall. Happy's Market. Education is important, but cold beer is importanter. Okay.
That's a weird way to put it, but yeah.
Please do not sit on the fence. This is the dumbest sign of the week award.
As if you would.
Charles Darwin is rolling in his grave right now. The biggest mistake that we can make in society is to warn people that are stupid from doing stupid things.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy.
Let natural selection take its course. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization on vaping, in a community note, having to set them straight.
Hell yeah.
This plant-based alternative promises to help high schoolers quit vaping.
Yeah, I bet.
Big Tobacco and Big Pharma would all love it. So would the FDA. So instead of trying to offend and not offend anyone, how about if we just go back to the way things were in the 80s and just offend everybody?
Yep. You got over it.
We weren't offended by it. It was funny. Nobody took it personally. So let's end road work. Have a movement to end road work. That's the world we live in, ridiculous as it may sound. Because when everybody gets excited about self-driving cars, this is what I think.
That'd be cool.
8-year-old me. Man, I hope something good happens. Me now. I hope whatever bad happens is at least funny today.
Yeah.
So, why are the pyramids in Egypt? Because they were too heavy to steal and put in a British museum.
Ooh, that was a knife in the back. Ooh.
Hey, I just washed you. Please don't get dirt. See?
Take a look at that. Holy shit.
They're still sleeping.
Damn.
I used to hate Minions,
Oh,
then I
God.
grew up.
Really?
Masters of the Universe fans will see it. I don't.
Was it Skull Mountain? Skull Mountain, something like that?
Oh, yeah, Skull Mountain. I see the skull now. 2 eyes, nose, and mouth.
Yep.
Gotcha. He died on Friday.
That's clever.
No, all we need is a side of bacon to go with it, and we're good to go. Meanwhile, my family, for sure, when he gets a girlfriend, he's going to mature. No, that's
Me and
boyfriend
mine.
and girlfriend just taking a little stroll down the street.
Yep. You never grow old that way.
All right, let's take a look at this. I saw in the comments that we have... Come on, comments. There's comments. What the heck? Two comments. There we go. I want a Barbie and a G.I. Joe for my birthday. Doesn't Barbie come with Ken? No. She comes with G.I. Joe. She fakes it with Ken.
Good, very good. Very good.
And a blast from the past. Mach 1 Squonk by Council of
Whoa.
Vapors.
Jesus.
With an Asgard mini on top.
An Asgard, yeah. Without
Bloody
its little
fantastic.
beauty ring.
Yeah.
Awesome little bit of kit.
I love
Very
it.
nice.
I love it. All right. There was one more thing I think I saw. Let's see if I can open it up and find it. Hey, where'd you go? Discord. I opened you. Are you here?
We lost one.
50 Shades of Grey is romantic only because the guy's a billionaire. If he was living in a trailer, it would be Criminal Minds episode.
Yeah.
How to get a song stuck in your head with just 3 frames.
Bang, bang, clap, clap.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, yeah. Got ya. We will rock you.
Exactly.
Clever. Very clever.
There were other ones that didn't show. I don't know why. So I guess it's time for...
The powers that be are bringing doing the shit with you. It's doggy cam time. Oh, look, it's sitting waiting. He's sitting waiting, look. The nah. Sitting waiting. There you gone.
Maggie.
Come on, wake your asses up.
Over there. Lucy's like, I can still block all the cameras. Don't worry.
Yep. Can't see, it's not camera shy. Oh. At the oh moment. I'm sitting waiting you this time, you see? They're starting to get the habit.
They're like dad jokes. We know what comes next.
Yeah. Oh, bless. Oh, lovely.
You know, I would love for affordability purposes to switch to these things, but I just can't do it. I've tried for the past 24 hours to use just this device exclusively. First off, I had to clean this, which I did, but I've been refusing to put a set of wicks in here because I want to see if I can just survive on just this. First off, it's too much nick, even when I'm going to have a 12 milligram. Yes, I can use it if I'm going out and about or to the store or, driving somewhere or someplace I can't use one. But I keep missing this. I keep missing my full modern tank.
Yeah. There's something about it, man.
I don't know.
This is one for you. I educated my instructor at he class today.
Yeah.
There's the saying, obviously, when you're driving a bus, there's no smoking and no e-cigarettes or electronic cigarettes. So I went, does that mean I can use a mechanical device? And I just totally threw him. He went, what? It's mechanical.
What's a mechanical device?
He says, what's one of them? I says, well, there's no electronics on it, so technically it's not an e-cigarette. Oh, I haven't looked into that one.
The most dangerous form of vaping. Well, we don't know anything about it, so I'll have to look into that.
A mechanical device? What do you mean? Well, it hasn't got electronics in it? Well, yes, it has. No, it doesn't. The battery in it.
No
atomizer.
Just
That's
a battery.
Nothing in it. Just a battery. That's it. Oh, well, I've looked at that one, but it's still vaping, isn't it? I went, well, yeah. Well, we'll just say no vaping. I went, aye, round it off. Because I had you. I got you. I couldn't resist.
I think my homie needs to go out.
Oh, sniffing about. Yep, he's saying, I need a pee.
All right, mate. 1984, it's your show. Do what you please.
Oh well.
Come on, let's go.
Talk about Talk about being left in the lurch, boys and girls. Any place that can use the hog. Yeah, definitely. Imagine a bus driver with a hog. It'd probably be a fire brigade job because probably think the bus is on fire. You know, woo-hoo, clouds. Or a steam-powered bus, whichever way you want to look at it. But anyway, I'm just having a little bit catch up in chat. Is anything going on in chat? Just basically commenting on what we've already done. Yeah. But like I said earlier on, Little Bro Vape, so Aiden dropped a comment which we missed about us being a guest on his show, which is on a Wednesday night. I think it's 8 o'clock till 9 o'clock UK time. So I think we're going to get ourselves together and sort out a time when we can do that. So maybe it'll see us on there. I think there was a bit of news today in the UK. It's, any of you guys that live in the UK, there was a guy called Rob Burrows. He passed away. Me. I killed him, Mr. Bastard. There's a guy, Rob Burrows, he died at MND, but he was very famous because he'd done a lot of charity work and that. I think it's the thing with all the ex-rugby players in the UK, they're kind of coming down with this. So he was a big ambassador and he died. And everybody was quite shocked by it. But again, MND, bad disease. But anyway, I'm jibber-jabbering. Who killed Hunky? Well, you've just come in, Hunky has took the dogs out for a wee. And he's kind of dropped me in the crap, like to say, yeah, Little Bro Vapes, William. We might be going on his show at some point. We've just got to sort out when and where and all that stuff. He does it. He's a UK review. He does his live show every Wednesday night. And he's also on he's on the UK Vape show. He's a co-host with the Vape with Vic's show as well. Yeah, 3 Men in the Vape show. UK show. It does it for an hour. So maybe going on that, boys and girls.
Sorry,
everybody
mate.
thought I killed you, mate. Everybody thought I killed you. You bastard.
When the old man comes up here and he sits there and he just stares at me, it's like, I better let you go out just in case.
Yeah, got to. When you get old, you gotta go. You gotta go.
Give me a chance to take a quick lube break too.
All right. So he's pissing in one corner of the yard, and you're pissing in the other corner of the yard. Is that what you're saying?
Nah, I got the Lule on the way. So. Meanwhile, the Mag Dog, the Beagle, wants to stay outside. She doesn't care. It's like 86 degrees outside, Fahrenheit. Nice toasty day.
Beach. We've had a couple of warm days, but now it's gone all cloudy and yuppie again. It's just crap. It was very
Well, see,
cold.
I know it's a warm day today because today's the first day that the attic fan kicked in and is running upstairs. When the attic gets above 100 degrees Fahrenheit, it kicks on automatically.
Oh, William. You love to see me suffer, don't you? What have I done to upset you, mate? What have I done to you?
Nothing. I was having that conversation yesterday. We were talking about, my daughter and her bizarre behavior. Literally a week before graduation, she's like, quit her job and is just like leaving school early and doing all kinds of truancy type things. And it's like, where did we go wrong? What the heck happened? Makes no sense whatsoever. And I reminded my wife, I'm like, listen, sometimes you can do everything 100% right and still lose.
Oh, definitely. Without a doubt.
Sometimes you don't have to make any mistakes and still lose.
That's when it comes to people, because at the end of the day, they make their own choices to do whatever they're going to do. So
for their own reasons. And sometimes they don't want to tell you what those are and can't make anybody do anything.
You don't have no control over that.
No, none at all.
It's just something you've got no control over. They're going to do what they're going to do, whether you approve or disapprove, whichever way you look at it. They do their own thing regardless.
Yeah.
you know, at the end of the day, they've got to live with the consequences of that at a later date in life. So, you know.
Exactly. And like we were saying
Yeah,
earlier
let it
about,
go.
you know, about the respect, there's certain things that once you do that, you'll never retain or be able to regain that certain level of trust you had before.
Yeah,
It's just,
definitely.
you're going to have to live with that the rest of your life. You may not realize that now, but eventually you're going to have to face reality.
You hear
Like
about
we
it all
all
the time, you know, like, yeah, but you hear about it all the time how, like, parents and siblings fall out and they don't speak to each other for years because of one reason or the other, you know, and you're like, well, you know, just a simple apology would probably go a long way. You know what I mean? But
My oldest son still won't speak to his mother.
yeah. It's weird, isn't it?
When my wife's mother passed away, we tried to get him to look at that and go, listen, take this as a learning opportunity. You need to reconcile with your mother. She doesn't need to be your best friend, but you at least need to have some communication with her. In one ear, out the other. Just won't do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep stubborn, pride, whatever you want to call it. You know, it's a powerful thing.
Yeah.
Powerful thing. Powerful thing.
It is what it is. All right.
It is
How
what
about
it
our
is, sir.
non-retro vape?
Oh, well then, let's have a look.
Alrighty, so if you guys watched my review video, you'll find out that I love this thing so much so, and I'm like, listen, I still have a hard time believing 30,000 puffs. My wife literally used this thing in boost mode for 3 weeks, and it's still a 40%. Well, it's actually been dropping, and now we hit 30. It's dropping in like increments of 5. Anyway, I was like, listen, I don't believe it, but number one, my wife enjoyed it, so I ordered 6 more of them because I want to make sure it's not like, you know, the Smock products work. When you got a Smock product and bought the kit, your original coil would last you like 2-3 weeks sometimes. Then you go buy, you know, a pack of coils and you swap it out and you put it in there. And sometimes you get 2 or 3 days out of them. And it's just like, I want to make sure this isn't the same kind of fluke, you know? So we bought 6 of them. And if you look right now, because it's an introductory thing for them, there's still a lot of places that still have that buy one, get one free thing. And the question I had was, when I did this review is, what the heck kind of flavor is this? I looked for descriptions everywhere. I couldn't find anything about what this flavor was. It said vibrant and zesty. What flavor is vibrant and zesty? So,
God knows. Sorry about that. As soon as you mentioned toilet and bladder and going for wee, my bladder went, oh, I need one now. And
you
there
had to
we
break
go.
the seal. That's normal. So here's our non-retro vape. Look at that. Beautiful color, beautiful design.
Nice looking piece of kit though, isn't it?
18 mils of e-liquid, mate. Definitely not TPD compliant.
18. Oh, hell no. Would never pass there over here.
I'll tell you what, it smells fantastic. Holy cow.
Ah, flavor profile. Now, this is the question. Obviously going to be getting some ice coolant, so that's what you're going to be getting.
No.
No.
This is the least amount of ice out of all the 3 that I've tried so far.
Wow.
Obviously that white thing ice was ice. The Juicy Bay watermelon. It's a beautiful, delicious, sweet watermelon. Not like watermelon, a natural fruit, but like watermelon as in like a candied watermelon. But the sweetness isn't a level of a candy. It's just a hint of sweetness to it. Need to open that airflow. Where are we at for wattage? Naturally, comes in boost mode. Drop it down to 12 watts. Okay, I cannot describe this flavor at all.
I'm just, with it being blue, I was maybe thinking maybe blueberry or grape or like, no, like kind of that kind of thing.
No fruit.
None of that.
It's not a fruit like anything I would recognize as something I've eaten or smelled before. Is vibrant and zesty an appropriate description of this flavor?
Vibrant, zesty.
No, not really.
Vibrant, zesty, maybe
It's
sticking
a
like
nondescript. It's a nondescript candy. It's not floral at all. That white grape ice that I had was more floral than this.
Yeah. I was thinking when you said like zesty, it might be like lemon or lime or orange, you know, like a citrus fruit of some sort. Nothing.
I want to lean towards cotton candy, but it's not. It's definitely enjoyable. If my wife doesn't want it, I'm definitely going to use this. But I think she's going to love it.
I mean, just out of curiosity, how many flavors of that did they do, or is it just a list, an endless
30.
list? Or...
Actually, 29, because there's one duplicate between the Zodiac edition and the regular edition. Because I looked at multiple websites. I looked on their website. I looked on the website where like vape shops can order their stuff from. And different ones had different things in it. There's 15 flavors in the Zodiac edition. There's obviously some duplicates in there, as you can see in here. Like they have a Gemini 1 and a Gemini 2. There's a Scorpio 1 and a Scorpio 2, Virgo 1, Virgo 2. But
even so, that's a massive flavor range, isn't it? 29 flavors. Jesus.
Yeah. 29
That's
distinct
huge.
flavors. And you know what my comment to them was when I posted the video and sent them a link to the video? How come you didn't come out with a Raz pineapple like you did in the first version? This was the best pineapple flavor I have ever tasted and tried. None of the pineapple flavorings I have, even flavors, taste as good as this does. Because the pineapple in here truly replicates what it would be like to take a bite of a pineapple round. You know, like you would buy in a can where the cores, it's decored and you get that juicy, meaty pineapple on the outside, and then the center ring's like a tougher, denser, different flavored pineapple. This replicates the entire bite of that pineapple.
Really?
And it's not available in the Magic Maze 2 as a flavor profile even.
Shame.
Yes, Louis. Like an exotic punch is what this would be like. There's no pineapple on this, but I have had some like tropical punch drinks at the bar that were similar to this. Like the Blue Curacao would be in your drink. Fab Fucks. An undescribable flavor that I guarantee everybody would enjoy. It's just delicious. It smells good, tastes good, not recognizable as anything you've ever eaten before. Maybe something you drank at a bar. I like our retro vapes better than this 1984 modern vape retro vape. Sorry, I do. I love my hobby aspect to vaping. That was one of the key factors that made vaping work for me. It wasn't just finding the right vape to get my nicotine, get my hand to mouth, get the right flavor. Do your lips tingle like with real pineapple because it's trying to eat you? Listen, this one's at 0. 0%. It's blinking at me. Battery's charged 95%, but there's 0 flavor left in it. And even on an empty tank, I still get the glorious pineapple flavor out of it. I can tell it's shocking.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the flavor profile on another website, and it's just saying dive into the bold and invigorating essence of Fab Fox, offering a vibrant and zesty taste with each inhalation. This flavor combines rich sweetness with a robust finish, providing a compelling vaping experience. So
what does that mean? What does that mean?
There's no flavor profile, is there? It's just okay.
Louis hit the nail on the head by calling it an exotic punch. It's not a Hawaiian punch. It lacks all pineapple, lacks coconut, but it is like a punch.
That's right. It's not really a flavor profile, is it? It's just a
no, but it's delicious.
Description, isn't it? Odd. Very odd.
I don't know. Hand it over to my wife. She's going to be a happy camper. In addition to, we have our Blue Raz Cotton Clouds. Assuming that's Blue Raspberry Cotton Candy. Strawberry Lolly for our Aussie folks out there. Beautiful strawberry lollipop. Sour Apple Skits.
Ooh.
Big Melons. And as Daniel put it in his video, who doesn't love big melons? And then strawberry watermelon dragon fruit.
Wow.
And right here is 180,000 puffs.
Wow. That will last for quite a while.
6 months.
Easy.
This one here, my wife used it for 2.5 weeks. I had it for half a week while I did the recording for this thing. She had it for a couple days off and on, and she's going to end up getting it back. And today it finally hit 30% e-liquid left.
That's mad. That's
We're definitely got another week left in it, though.
Easy.
And like I said, it replaces 3 of the previous generation. Not going into a landfill. Not going into a landfill, because this will outlast 3 of these.
Wow.
What's going to be like in another 6 months, mate? They're using 2 coils that alternate back and forth when you're in low power mode or operate simultaneously when you're in high power mode. What if they put another set of alternating coils in there? And they alternate those back and forth?
Yeah.
Can you get a vape, a disposable that lasts you 2 months?
Oof.
Is that a possibility? To go up another size? This thing has 18 milliliters of 5% nic in it.
Wow.
Can you get a 35 milliliter disposable vape that lasts you 2 months?
You're talking like Titan, like the Titan is 18 mil, isn't it? Or can hold 18 mil in the shorty version. So
that's why the battery in here is only 900 milliamp hour instead of 1100 milliamp hour, because they needed to try and keep the size of the unit down. Like this one here, it's only half as much fluid in there, but it's got a bigger battery. No, it's got a 900 milliamp hour battery too. I don't know where it's going to go next. I can't imagine what they're going to do next. Other than having another dual set of coils in there, and, you know, it alternates between 4 different coils. Because you know yourself, if you leave your tank sitting down and don't use it and come back to it, even if the coil was dirty and you could tell that the flavor was starting to go, and you leave it sit 24 hours and then come back to it, the fluid sitting on your coils cleans a layer of that crap off of there. Dissolves it into the solution.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know where they're going with it.
It's mind-boggling, isn't it? It's how far. But that's always been a question, is how far can you push these devices? You know, whether it be a tank and a mod or.
So those were the 6 that I had bought from E-Cig Mafia. Here's the 3 that they originally sent me to try. My Juicy Babe watermelon that I got here, this Pisces, the white gummy ice that I did for the thing, and my wife is still working on this watermelon Skittles. She's been using. But in our Memorial Day order, I also got myself some Southern Peach Double Delight in a 6 milligram. Because I'm curious to see how different it is from the 3 milligram that we've had here. It's twice now that I've bought products that were sent to me for review and bought with my own money because I want to know, is it really that good? This stuff is so freaking delicious. It's nothing compared to the stuff I use when I quit smoking.
Is that available in the UK, that stuff, or is it just the US?
I don't know. It's a good question. You have to look around for it. I know it's available in all the vape shops here in the States that I order online from. Another one. First off, my wife likes those so much. I got her 3 more bottles of it. I'm going to steal this one, though, so I can do the pod reviews I got sitting on the table. But she'll get to have these too. We also ordered some Candy King Salt Iced. This is a strawberry watermelon. Some Beach Club. I've never heard of Beach Club. Have you guys ever heard of Beach Club before? E-liquid?
No.
There's a lemon squeeze and a strawberry nectar. So we'll give those a try. How about some peach mango from High Trip? BSX salts. We have a kiwi berry burst. And another favorite. It's been a long time since I've had this one before, but I truly loved it. Was Marketplace.
Ah.
Marketplace e-liquids. We have a blue punch berry and a watermelon hula berry lime. My wife loved both of these when she tried them the first time, so I think she's set for the next year. Between all these e-liquids and those disposables, I think she's set for the next year. What do you think?
It just looks that way, like. No, I'm not getting it in the UK.
She's going to be so happy when she comes home, gets that box handed to her. There you go, honey. You're set. You remember the pods I ordered for her?
Yeah.
For her Free Max pod?
No, you kind of get over here.
I'll have to send you some.
I'm even looking on Amazon, and you know, it's not even on Amazon.
I'll have to send you some.
There's fusion flavor, fruit fusion flavors, but not the fusion like manufacturer. Ah, must be a US thing, sir.
I'll have to get some right before Christmas and send it to you in your package.
Ooh, it'd be very nice to have a go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just nothing in the UK at all on that. It's a shame. It is a shame. I think the one that's very popular now in the UK is the one that them two vape guys have come up with. Oh, what the fuck they called again? Nevins and what do you call them? The one they've come out with the range, and they're quite popular at the minute in the UK. I think they won an award for the last. Was it the? Might have been the last. What do you call it? They definitely won an award for one of the flavors. Like, definitely not remember that.
All right, I can't
Fluid.
take it anymore.
Fluid. That's what they're called. That's it. Fluid. That's what they're called. Fluid. What's that brand?
Listen, as much as I love this thing, it's just not satisfying enough for me. I think it's time for us to throw some wicking in here and maybe try out our recipe from last week. What do you think?
Oh yes, you had one that one that you made that you said that needs to sit for a little while. What the fuck was that one again?
There was the Orange Julius. Then we've got 5 episodes ago we made a luscious strawberry swirl clone.
Was that one last week, man? We had loads of
those?
creams in, man.
That was the Orange Julius.
Yeah.
Orange Julius is a drink you buy at Dairy Queen. It's basically an orange with ice cream.
Got you.
And Alton Brown makes one that you can DIY at home, and it's basically like orange juice and vanilla ice cream and some powdered sugar and some vanilla extract. Freaking delicious. So
I am loving this thing. Why did I not get one of these before? It's absolutely amazing. Gorgeous.
All right, so maybe I should drop a poll question in chat. I'll let you guys pick the flavor. Let me do that.
You still use your Brunhild. Why are you not using this? It's fucking brilliant.
Once in a while. I'm spoiled for choice, mate. That's my problem.
Wow. Well, I am to a sense, but wow, that's really good. I've got like a couple of odd DTAs similar to that, but they're more like wicks, you know, it's not the rope.
Okay, we got Orange Julius. And Swirl. There's your poll question. Throw your vote in.
Damn.
Which e-liquid do you want me to try today? To go back and
well, I'm gonna throw my pennies worth in. There you go. Fucking hell. Ooh, I think I know which one it's gonna Gandhi.
I should probably replace these coils. What do you think? Those are looking a little
They're not black, so maybe you just burn them up a bit. Just see if you can burn them off a bit.
I cleaned it, burned it up, and then I evened it out a little bit. The center part was liking to get too hot compared to the outer part, but with the airflow in here, it counteracts that. So, all right, one more time, and then I'm going to replace the coils next time.
Lovely, man. Ooh. They're close. Yeah, the only thing with some of these like bottles of juice, you know, that I think the fluids are selling for about £15 a bottle, but I've never ever paid £15 for a bottle of juice. Never.
I've paid more
Regardless.
than my wife paid the most. I think she paid $45 a bottle for juice because of the taxes and everything else. And it wouldn't surprise me to find out that the shop she brought it from said that they were charging that much for taxes, but never paid a dime of tax on it.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I was spoiled with choices because, like, when in the vape shop I used to go to before he shut, we used to, it was a thing we used to always haggle. We used to always love a haggle. You know, I'd go in and say, come on, give us a deal. You know, you'd have a bottle of juice for, say, I don't know, 12 quid. I was, how way, mate?
You're the reason his store shut.
Yeah. Yeah.
You haggled him out of all of his profit.
Give us a deal here. Give us a deal. So I used to always get 3, you know, 120 ml bottles of them for about 20 quid with Nick shots. I used to always get it. I used to always get a deal of them. Always. I probably did bankrupt them, like, to be honest with you. Always get a deal.
Listen, a good businessman knows when to say no.
Oh, I mean, his shop shut. It's not so much because of him, because his dad, it was part of his dad's convenience. His dad's like had a convenience store, and part of the building he converted into a vape shop, but his dad obviously retired and he sold up. So that's the main reason it went, like.
The other thing I could have commented on when I did that disposable review was, in the previous generation, you got a lanyard. This one didn't give you a lanyard. So
no, but how you probably got a box full of them.
How many people actually use lanyards? You know, some people hate them, some people love them. And if you use them, I'm sure you've saved every one you've had so far. You don't just pitch it with your device.
Yeah. You'll have a box of lanyards. I'm probably bottom dollar on that. You'll have a box of them.
Actually, I don't. I do have lanyards on the devices that I put them on, and I never pitch anything, so they're still hanging up there. So, I mean, I've got probably a dozen lanyards laying around here.
I'd be very surprised if you did.
Holy moly, Orange Julius is at 50%.
Exactly. The split in the middle.
50-50. Right.
Could be a toss of a coin. Could be a toss of a coin, like.
Listen, I've got another arbiter here. If it stays 50-50, I'll do them both. I don't care. I'm here to satisfy you guys' curiosity, not just mine.
I've got a good old piece of English sterling here. We have heads and tails. So we will nominate heads for the orange, tails for the strawberry. You ready? Okay. I will try and... Ready? There we go. I will reveal. Hang on. And we have... Come on, you little bastard, focus in. We have heads, which goes to orange. There you
Orange
go.
Julius it is.
Orange, we'll try that one first, and then we'll just do the other one as well. Do them both, man. You were going to anyway.
All right, first thing to do is a knuckle test. It's a lot more creamy than it has any real orange to it. Did we use Capella's orange for this recipe? Let's go check the recipe.
Oh, I can't remember now. Was it Capella?
I don't know. My recipes. Orange Julius. Yeah, Capella's Juicy Orange is in there.
Oh, no, I'm not doing you yet. I'm not doing that yet. Sorry, I've just had an alert from me.
Time. What'd you
just
alert?
had an alert to update my NVIDIA graphics driver. I'm not doing that yet. Nope. Just leave me alone.
Yeah, wait till tomorrow or tonight.
Yeah.
Suggested steep time is 14 days. I think we're a week early for this, but you guys voted, so I'm going to put it on.
Well, there's nothing wrong with having a little taste to see how it's getting on. You know, see. I mean, you might surprise yourself. It might be okay after 7. You might.
Listen, it's not far off from the DIY one I made, the Alton Brown recipe.
Yeah.
Let's pull that up while we have it here.
Do you ever follow? Hang on.
There you go.
Do you follow this guy?
There's the drink. There's a delicious, lovely drink. 8.5 fluid ounces of freshly squeezed orange juice, 2 teaspoons of orange zest, a half cup of whole milk, 1 tablespoon confectioner's sugar, and 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. You freeze the orange juice, put it in an ice cube tray. And then you keep 2 fluid ounces of the juice and the zest in an airtight container in the refrigerator until ready to use. You combine all the frozen cubes, reserved orange juice, zest, milk, and confectioner's sugar and vanilla in a blender. Blend until smooth and slushy for about 30 to 45 seconds and serve immediately.
Come on, then, where are you?
Come on now. Let me shake all the water out of it.
Wow. Have you heard of the MP over here, Nigel Farage?
No.
He's a bit outspoken. He's a bit like the UK version of Trump, right? He doesn't pull no punches, right? And he's leader of this. I think it's called the Reform Party. You know, they're a smaller party, but don't know if you can see that, but it's not going to show it, is it?
I see him.
Nah, that's who it is, but it's with the writing. But the writing saying is it says, if you smoke, vaping is without a doubt a safer option. Why does the government think that by saying these puritanical things, it's going to make any difference whatsoever? It is just state control over our lives. So he sounds pro-vaping.
He sounds more pro-choice. I don't think he gives a shit one way or the other about vaping.
Yeah.
It's still a win in our book. It's just...
Yeah, it's got to be a positive, though, isn't it? Anything's got to be a positive if they're coming up with stuff like that. I was going to ask you, do you follow an American mixer called Advocate for Liberty?
Yes.
Because he's always publishing stuff. He's on Benny Vape's Mixin show. He's a co-host on there. And
really?
he is... Yeah, he's on Benny Vape's. I think he follows Little Bro Vape, UK Mixin show at Benny Vape's. And he's always on there, and I think he's on with his wife as well. I think his wife goes on with him, and he does knock up some quite nice recipes. Like,
yeah,
he's just posted one there: banana caramel upside down cake. That sounds bloody nice.
Mm-hmm. First thing I would do about this, I would change is I would replace the old harsh nick that I use to mix my stuff with, because it's a little throaty, with the salt nick to smoothen out that throat hit. Because that is not going to go away.
I like salts.
The cream is perfectly balanced. I get a little bit of that vanilla. I get a hint of the orange, and that's because of the tangerine, not because of the juicy orange from Capella. But I could see this in another week or two being a perfect replacement for that orange Julius right there.
There's just settings on this.
I think that's a banger.
Ooh.
And even though this flavor profile isn't 100% right, certainly isn't as sweet as the disposable, this is what I needed. Oh, yeah.
Down to dark. Still fucking bright. That's quite a nice looking recipe, like. It's got banana nut bread by TPA at 2%, banana raw VSO at 2%, brown sugar
that's my downfall.
VSO.
I've never gotten around to ordering VSO flavors. And he even had a 25% off sale.
Yeah, brown sugar VSO was 0.5. Caramel raw RAW 2%. Caramelized sugar again VSO 1%. Custard premium from FA at 1%. Condensed milk SCWF at 0.75%. Super sweet Capella at 0.5. Vanilla custard Capella 1.5. Yellow cake flavor jungle 1.5. Yeah. Quite a lot in that one, like, isn't there?
Where is it? There she is. There's the recipe.
Interesting.
There's the one you were talking about.
Yeah. Banana caramel upside down cake. A lot of sweetness egg in it by the looks of it.
That looks really nice.
I don't mind the banana, but
5%.
Now and then.
Oh yeah, banana nut bread is really good.
Yeah.
What other one did I get recently in my feed here?
I know I always get
published this one.
notifications of it. Love is on the way. Ooh. Bavarian cream. Is that not Bavarian cream, not barbarian.
Well, VSO calls it barbarian cream, but it's essentially a Bavarian cream.
Really? I thought it was a spelling mistake.
All VSOs.
Oh.
Barbarian cream, barley, chocolate raw, cinnamon, custard, espresso, leather, malt, oatmeal, red chili, and vanilla cream.
Ooh. Have you never tried none of the VSO stuff, no?
No, I just haven't ordered them. And you got Addy Tooney. Look at that.
Oh, he does some nice
Pumpkin butterscotch custard.
Holy fuck.
That sounds fantastic.
It's so simple as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ingredients. Well.
Yeah, and one sweeter.
Yeah. I've noticed a lot of them guys are using the VSO stuff, like, so I'm just wondering if it's something you'd ever tried.
Nope, I have to order it. It's on my list. Unfortunately, it didn't rank high enough. There's a couple other ones I needed to knock out off of the main suppliers. There you go, Toonie with his Greek yogurt. He loves mixing stuff with Greek yogurt.
But if you look up, I don't know if you're following that guy. We call him Monkey on Juice. That's Graham from the UK. He's on with Benny.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's like a UK mixer. He done the oh, what was his fucking range again?
Can I make this one? Do I have the ingredients for this?
Frosted sugar cookie. Ooh, that sounds nice.
First off, I need to close this browser. Go to this one. I'm already logged in on. I'm missing cookie crumble and cream cheese icing.
Cream cheese.
Wait a minute. I know I ordered the cream cheese icing from LA Flavors. I just haven't put that in yet. That was one of the things I didn't finish off. Yep, there's LA cream cheese icing. I need to get these other flavorings entered in my inventory. So then the only thing I'm actually missing is cookie crumble from Capella. And well, there's already sugar cookie in there. That looks delicious.
It does, doesn't it?
How about this one?
Oh, I had these.
Microsoft. I don't want to use Microsoft Edge. I want to use Chrome. But you won't open Chrome from Outlook. Monopoly.
Really?
Trying to be a monopoly. If your product is better than Chrome, I will use it, but it's not. And trying to force me to do it isn't going to get me to use it. So here we go from Fresh Pies, another one. Creamy, salty milk for the holidays. Butterscotch from Flavor West. Caramel, original caramel from TPA. Salted caramel from Super Concentrated Wonder Flavors. Flavora's cream. Capella's milkshake. Liquid Barn's vanilla ice cream. And Wonder Flavors whipped cream fresh.
That one there, that's Graham, Monkey on Juice. He's the UK guy. He does loads of stuff. He does some quite nice recipes as well. And sometimes he does them live on the vape show. You know, he's got like fruit pastel. And some of his recipes are really simple, you know. He's got blackcurrant fruit pastels, DCW 5%, cooling agent if you want it. Right. King Ori Pazzo, whatever that is, from Flavor Art, what do you call it? Powdered sugar. From who's that? Oh, 1-to-1.
One-on-one flavors. That's the ones I don't have. I don't have Cupcake World. I don't have one-on-one. I need to order some of those.
Yeah.
But to answer Louis' question,
WS.
My flavor list. No, hold on. Go back. Look in the wrong one. My flavor stash. Here we go. $547 flavors.
Holy fuck. There's a peach Melba there. Custard premium, Devon cream, legendary custard mullenberry, peach premium raspberry syrup, bright peach, super sweet. Yeah. He's got a few up there, Grim. He does some nice stuff. Nice little, he does some canny little recipes. That looks nice. Peach Melba custard. Yeah, he's okay, Graham. See what I mean by that move transition there? Went bang, didn't it? You know what I mean? That pisses us off. That
It can be a pain because you legit have to put the actual transition in each scene that you have an override in. And you need to make sure that they're all timed the same. So what are we going to go towards today for our random recipe? Strawberry watermelon? I didn't even run the bumper. Let's run the bumper so I have a timestamp to go with it.
Yeah. Go for it, sir. Go for it.
Hot diggity. And I'm already falling in love here. Look at this strawberry watermelon. It's not just strawberry and watermelon. They've got some dragon fruit in there. They've obviously got both strawberry and strawberry ripe in there from TPA, some super sweet, sweet guava at 1%, and wild melon at 1%, and Flavora's watermelon at 3%.
Yeah.
Holy cow, that looks like a fantastic recipe. 14.5% total flavoring. All right, let's go back. Before I commit to it, what's the second one? Sugar cookie. Nope. Too simple. It's just sugar cookie with super sweet. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with Capella's sugar cookie, especially if you wait 2 weeks for it. But this is a very superior recipe to it. Whether it's going to work or not, I don't know. You got to try it yourself. I think we're going to go with that.
Watermelon. Go for it, set.
I know you're not a watermelon kind of guy, but
Alex.
Wild melon is like a cantaloupe flavor. And when you add that to watermelon, it's no longer your typical pure watermelon. You might be able to taste it because you're sensitive to watermelon flavors. You've told me that before. You've had drinks that had watermelon in it, and you didn't even know it was in there until you tasted it and go, "It's got watermelon in it." And you're like, "Nah, it doesn't." And you look at the can and it's like, "Yeah, it did."
I can spot the mile.
For me, looking at this recipe and going, knowing what my wife likes flavor-wise and juices that she's bought in the past, I think this is going to be a real good one. So, just got to make it, find out for ourselves. So,
why not?
Let's adapt this. I'm going to make a 60 mil of it because it looks delicious. I think I'm going to leave it at a 6. Well, we have super sweet at 0.5%. That should be good enough. Hit save. Job done. All we got left to do is to make it.
Give it a shake. I'm just going to top my juice up. I'm dry. I'm dehydrated.
No worries, mate. All right, so I need dragon fruit, strawberry, and strawberry ripe. That's TPA. Sweet guava. That's Capella. Here's Flavora, watermelon, and wild melon. And I need a bottle. Hot diggity. And I need a scale. Beautiful. Okay, let's start off with our dragon fruit. Who joined the crowd? Stephen Lane, hello and welcome. 2% is 1.23 grams. Okay. Strawberry. Four percent of this is 2.4 grams. Strawberry ripe, 1.8 grams. God, that smells so wonderful.
God, I found some snacks. I found some snacks.
0.62? What'd you get?
I'm going to be noisy. We found some snacks. I found some good old salt and vinegar sticks. Oh. And some bacon bites. Ooh. Just corn. Just basic corn. I didn't realise we had them.
1.87.
Bit of a rustle. Oh my God, they're nice.
This juice smells delicious, just mixing it up.
Really? Oh, Stephen Lane's popped in. Hello, Stephen. He's lurking from work. He's lurking.
Flavora's Wild Melon, 0.61.
Ooh.
God, that
Quite
smells
clear as well, isn't it?
fantastic.
Very clear as well, isn't it?
Very. One more drop. Go ahead. Wow, does that smell good?
So what you getting? Are you actually getting like watermelon? Is that what it smells of? Just watermelon?
The guava that's in here and the dragon fruit take this from just watermelon. Oh, God, does that smell delicious? Wow. All right. Super sweet. I guess I could put Capella in there since that's what the recipe was. Got a little bit left of that.
Thank you, Mallery.
This
Mallery
is the one that
Gates
leaks,
said, I
if I
swear,
remember
Kenny.
correctly.
Mallery Gates said, I swear Kenny is a closet weed user. I am talking Shaggy from Scooby-Doo Proportions snacker. I am. I'm a terrible muncher. I've got to switch. Ooh. Me look bones, my battery's dying.
3.73.
Knock you up, knock you up, knock you up, and drop you down there. Get you guys charging. Happy days. Oh, now it's got some colour.
Yeah, my old Nick.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we need some PG. 5.91. Tear that out.
That's got a very nice colour. Looks like a whiskey.
Oh, wow. It's like a strawberry Jolly Rancher is what that smells like. Ha. It's right in front of me. Vegetable glycerin. I feel
Did you
bad.
guys see the one
apologize.
tweet about 1 drop of e-liquid equals 15 cigarettes now? Really?
Yeah, I saw that. What a preposterous assumption
What?
that is.
What is that? Oh, who in the right mind put that on? Like,
Totally unrealistic.
you know what you're gonna have to do now, don't you? You're gonna have to get a new sound for your soundboard.
What's that?
You're gonna have to get Trump going. Fake news.
I've got a bunch of his sound effects. I just don't remember exactly where I put them. They're probably on my Stream Deck.
Why does that not surprise me?
Just never used them.
Good old Trump, eh?
All right, done.
So he got found guilty. He's still a free man. He's going to appeal. So by the time the appeal goes through, he could be president. Work that one out.
Like he did with his bank loans to China.
Yeah.
Unlike the Trump Tower that he built that didn't pay the employees because he had his business that he was using to build it declare bankruptcy, and another one of his businesses bought it out. After they declared bankruptcy and wrote off a bunch of the costs.
Yeah. Got a hand to him, right? He's got a good business head on his old shoulders.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have too high of a value on humanity to let people do that, regardless of who it is, not just him. How many other people have done the same crap? If you're rich enough, you got lawyers that put shell corporations on shell corporations. See, that's what happened. Remember the tankers crashed in Alaska and dumped their contents of oil all over the Gulf? Nobody ever got any money out of it because the ship that crashed was owned by a shell corporation that had no assets, just debt. So when you went to sue the tanker for dumping all its contents all over everything, there was no money to be found.
No.
Just debt. So they declared bankruptcy, wrote off the people that they bought the tanker from because they refused to spend an extra $100,000 to
Honestly,
have the proper navigation.
It happens all the time. I mean, even the UK it was ripe. I mean, I worked for a guy who actually bankrupted his business, and even though we were still working, he started up under another name. That's how they do it. They either misuse all the credit, so none of the suppliers will give them anything because they're not paying the bills, and then they'll just say, "Okay, we'll bankrupt him, get all that right up," and then they'll just start up a switch. I think he eventually put the company name in his wife's name. They do it all the time. All these business people that just, I don't know.
It's kind of like the argument Kennedy makes for the energy structure that's here in the States, right? Coal has been the cheapest supply of energy for this country for the longest time because they never actually have to pay for all the costs for coal in the first place. Forget about coal miners and how a lot of them never get an actual red cent from the company because they live in a coal mining town and the coal mine owns the store and everything in the town. So that all of their wages and stuff go to pay for their rent and for their food. And by the time it's all said and done, they don't actually make anything. They never get ahead out of it. They never get out of the system. But it goes beyond that because the trucks that haul the coal to the trains or out of the towns to the power plants only pay regular road taxes on it. They don't have to pay for the damage that their trucks cause to the roads. Like if that truck didn't travel on that road would last 5 times as long as it does.
Oh, definitely.
So the state actually picks up the tab for damaging the roads and damaging the environment and all this other stuff. So he thinks that, the easiest way to have a free market economy is to actually make people pay and internalize their cost for everything it costs. You want nuclear power? Have nuclear pay for the cost to provide the protection for everybody around the nuclear power plant. And Elon Musk actually had a plan that would have done that and reused nuclear fuel rods that are sitting in storage somewhere in some mountain to power the plant. And the coal in the nuclear power plant would actually be underground. So there was no risk to the neighboring communities. But I don't know what ever ended up happening to that. He was going to do it in China, and then something happened, and the permits, and God knows what. He had the plan there, and it was going to work. And he would have literally powered nuclear power plants, using spent fuel.
Yeah.
That's going to be sitting in a freaking mountain for 50 years until it can be properly disposed of. Yeah. Again.
Oh, it's...
But you can't compete. It's like corn, like high fructose corn syrup and sugar. Sugar can't compete with high fructose corn syrup because corn is subsidized in the States. Mm-hmm. Farmers and farms are subsidized to grow corn instead of other things and offsets the costs.
Kind of the thing that happened with the farmers here when we were doing Brexit, because obviously they were getting a lot of subsidies from the EU. And obviously the government promised this, that, and the other when we left Brexit, and basically they've just fucking shit on the farmers, period.
How about the farmers in Germany? Did you see all of them protesting? Literally taking their tractors and blocking highways and all kinds of other stuff?
Yeah, same kind of thing.
We made a strawberry watermelon last week. What is this kick I'm on? I need to go out and buy an actual watermelon and a basket of strawberries. Get past this. Move on to something else. Maybe my body's telling me there's some kind of deficiency. It's missing some kind of vitamin or nutrient that's only found in watermelons.
So what you guys vaping on? I'm currently on the Brunhilde, or the Brunhilde, however you want to pronounce it, and it's on top of me little Endura by Watofu. It's my little workhorse at the moment, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. In that, I've got some cheapy liquids, ultimate purple strawberry palm. So there you go. So that's what I'm vaping.
And I just finally got around to rewicking my Arbiter with Orange Julius that we mixed up 2 episodes ago. Last episode?
Yeah.
We were on 21, so it was last week. Damn good for only being 1 week of steeping. And that's on the Smock Mag P3. Touchscreen mod.
Oh, pot sauce. Touchscreen. Oh, you
and my Strawberry Bay watermelon. Juicy Bay watermelon, I think it's what it's actually called. Magic Maze 2.0. 30,000 puffs.
Wow. That is phenomenal. Like you just can't even get your head around that. Just ridiculous.
And meanwhile, you guys got your 2 milliliter capacity limitation.
Yeah.
They want to cry the blues. Environmental hazard. Look at these disposables. We need to ban them all. Listen, your 2 mil capacity is like our PMTA. Bullshit.
Yeah.
The industry is moving faster than they can possibly regulate, right? So get the fuck out of the way. Let people switch from smoking to this. And pretty soon you're going to, like I said, 6 months. It wouldn't surprise me to find one of these lasting you 2 months.
Easy.
Technology keeps marching along. Whether you want to stop it or not, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, she's all mixed up.
You think that one would need a little bit longer then, or is it not too bad? Or
to get more of the orange flavor out of it, yes, because I know that juicy orange from Capella takes, for me, sometimes a month before it's fully in the recipe. But the rest of the recipe is perfect without that juicy orange characteristic. I bet if I would have mixed that up using Flavors Orange, it'd be right on point. But I'm out of it. But the tangerine fills in that void very nicely.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that's truly missing from this recipe from what I've tasted Orange Julius before. It's just a little more orange. I think if you bottled this up, came back 3 months later, it'd be perfect. Just
be another little flavor banger, eh? Another little flavor banger, eh? Nice.
Hot diggity.
Very nice.
Where's that one I mixed up last week? I don't know. Got so much stuff on here. I need to clean off my desk and organize it again. That's what I need to do. But I've got so much stuff that's lined up in the pipeline here. I've got 2 Nevox pod systems that I need to get a review up on. I've got this Hell Vape Fat Rabbit Solo that I've bought and I want to do a review on. Hell Vape sent me their brand new Dead Rabbit Solo. So I want to be doing a review on that.
Very nice.
The Drop Dead 2.
That's good. I've got it on there.
And the Fat Rabbit 2.
Oh.
So I've got 6 reviews to crank through the next 2 weeks.
Were you not a fan of the Fat Rabbit the last time? There was a diggy on your stomach.
I had a problem with it when we went on our vacation in Tennessee because I had it in my camera bag. I was a fool. It's my fault, not the tank's fault. But I threw my Fat Rabbit on another Mag P3 like this and threw it in my camera bag. Okay? And it was laying on its side in the camera bag. So I was taking pictures and I put my camera in there and the camera's hot after taking pictures and videos. So it heats up inside that insulated camera bag and it puked its guts all over the place.
Oh. No, good.
It wasn't the Mag P3, it was the Dovpo Odin that it puked its guts on. And the batteries almost went into thermal runaway.
Really? Wow.
And I was a dumbass that didn't have battery case. Fortunately, the local vape shop was like, here, man, you just need a battery case? Sure, take it. So, situation was remedied. No catastrophic loss or anything, but I was
There's
mad
that little drop
because the arbiter never leaks.
That's that little RG there that I've got. I'll tell you what, it's good that you'll enjoy that. It's really nice. What's that? Drop 2.
That's why I'm truly impressed by this. This has never leaked. I don't even need to knock on wood. The Arbiter and the Arbiter 2 have never leaked. My wife used to throw hers onto the bed in the mornings because it's our nighttime vape.
I've had that stand on my table like that for a couple of days and it's still dry as a bone. Nothing comes out of that. Nothing. That's never ever leaked on us. Brilliant. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Delicious. I got so much work to do, it just staggers the mind.
I've got like lots of swatting up to do because I've actually got me theory test on Thursday, so I've got a bit of swatting up to do for that.
And the final result for the Orange Julius was 60%, so...
Oh, well, there you go. The toss of the coin done
toss
it, eh?
helped, but wasn't necessary. Come on. What is with YouTube? Lately, their like stuff is just utterly preposterous. It's like, look at my screen. How long ago was that?
Well, Time.
End poll. Thank you. There's so many times I go and upload a video or a review or something, and you have to like go and check these things off if you want to monetize. Does it contain this? Does it contain this? Does it contain this? And a lot of the times it'll open up a sub menu, and then the menu will open and close, open and close, open and close, open and close. You can't even click anything.
Nah.
Even if you knew what you were supposed to click. Just
the pain in the fucking butt YouTube at times, man. It's actually pain in the ass.
Oh, and the other thing that really irritates me is they keep turning comments off on our shows.
I have noticed that, like, because I've come up and it says like comments not available or some stuff like that underneath. I don't know why.
I didn't turn them off. It keeps turning them off.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, like I say, the guys who, you know, who can't watch us live can always watch the after show and, you know, leave their comments there. But if they keep knocking the comments off, then, you know, kind of can't see who's commented or who's, you know, asked questions, whatever. A bit of a pain in the butt.
I got another question. Maybe the reason why I can't fully commit to like this disposable isn't just because of the hand-to-mouth thing or the habit of holding a mod and tank in my hand. Maybe it's the fact that this has tobacco-free nicotine and this is freebase.
Could be. Could be. Possibility.
Maybe my body and my brain haven't been fooled by the tobacco-free nicotine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it knows that there's nic in there. It gets the nic buzz if you have too much of it. Like if I put it in boost mode and try to, you know, do 3 tokes of it in boost mode to do one of those graphical depictions of vaping like Daniel does in his review videos on a disposable, I'd get a nic buzz.
Yeah.
But it's still not satisfying like freebase.
Yeah.
I have the same problem with salts.
Oh, I love salts. Absolutely love them.
I love them for the fact that there's no throat hit, but I don't love them because they're not satiating to me.
I was, like you say, I was probably like you when in the early days of Vaping. I was freebase, adamant, wouldn't try nothing. And I actually bought, when I bought some nic salts, some nic, I asked for freebase, but you actually give us salts by accident. And I thought, oh, what the hell? I'll try them. And honestly, I was pleasantly surprised.
I don't mind it. I don't have a problem with it, but it's just not satiating to me. Like, I'd rather have this on a 3 milligram freebase than any of the other ones. Can I go through a day or two with this if that's all I had? Sure. I've done it to myself. I forced myself to do it.
Yeah.
But it takes more effort for me to use like something like this exclusively than it does for me to go to 0 milligram. I can vape 0 milligram e-liquid, not have any issues with it.
Really? I've never tried.
Get halfway through a day before I even realize I'm still craving. I got a nic craving.
I'll tell a lie. I tried it once with no nicotine in, and I just found I was just chained it, trying to get that. And it just didn't happen.
But
so
if you really wanted to set your mind to it, like I didn't try to set my mind to it. I thought it had nic in it, and I did it, and I chained like the first day. And then by the second day, by the end of the day, I was back to my normal vaping habit, frequency and whatnot. And it was legit. I finished that whole bottle off before I realized, oh, shit, that had 0 in it. And the only reason I knew it had 0 in it is because the next bottle was the nicked up bottle. And when I put that in my tank, I'm like, ooh,
whoa,
there's the nick.
There it is.
It was down to 0.
Wow. I know a couple of people who do vape 0 nic, like them, you know, whatever rocks your boat. not for me. Like I still need a little bit.
I know
Just a
plenty
little
of
bit.
mixers that have gone down to 0, but they end up putting the nic back in because it adds to their recipes.
Yeah.
It adds to the flavor profile. Something that
I've
can't
heard
be
that, yeah.
replicated without it.
Yeah, I've heard that. Like it can enhance whatever flavor or whatever. It
It's
can do
also
with enhance.
why, like, OG Blue doesn't exist anymore. Because they're not making it with freebase anymore. They're using tobacco-free nicotine. And they had to reformulate the recipe because it wasn't the same.
Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense.
I've ordered it, and I won't order it again.
Nope.
No. I'm sorry. Keep it 100. You've lost me as a customer because you're no longer using freebase.
Yeah.
I understand why you do it. I understand you're trying to comply with legislation. I understand that, you want a new PMTA application so you can keep selling in the United States, but
Not the same, is it?
what you need to do is sell it in the European market as freebase, and then I'll buy it from England or Europe. I'll buy it from Hungary. I don't care. Or Romania or whoever sells it.
Yeah. If it's something you like, it's worth getting, paying the shipping, isn't it, really, when you think about
I
it?
wouldn't use it as my all-day vape every day, but it would be a nice treat to give myself once in a while.
Definitely.
Unlike my Purple Rain, I do not want to vape that again. And I've got probably 6 or 8 bottles sitting here, 0 milligram. Never going to go back.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I've got a little bit left there, it's pretty much gone, I don't mind it.
I'll send you some more in your Christmas package, mate. I don't need it.
Yeah, just bang it in, mate. I'll use it. It's all right. Reminds me of my early days, boy.
Matter of fact, I even have a bottle that was originally manufactured by Solus Vapor. And Solus put in a PMTA for a grape flavor. And it's just called grape now. It's not called Purple Rain.
Yeah.
And naturally, they got denied like everybody else. But I have a bottle of their 6 milligram grape that they put in PMTA for. For nostalgic purposes, I bought it.
Yeah. Oh, 6 me no good to me. That's why I'm just struggling with that. Jesus. Hell no.
I send you 0 and I send you a 6 and you can make your own 3.
Yeah.
True. Take a 60 ml bottle that's empty, pour half of the 6 in it, and pour half of the 0 in, half of the 0 in, now you got 3.
Hobby, yeah. Yeah. Oh,
and it's the same flavor.
Definitely work.
It's funny though how you go through phases. Certain flavors that you loved and were your all-day vape, you just eventually get sick of it and go, I don't ever want that again.
To be honest with you, I've never had a nice custard for a while. Never had one. I would love to have one, but I've never had one for a while. Never.
Did I send you Vic's recipe?
Yeah.
Or was that the Christmas before?
You made us a bottle? Made us some? You actually made us some? Which I think I've just put a bit more. I've put a tad more super sweet in it. I remember. Yeah, I made it a little bit sweeter, and then it was just spot on after that. Probably.
Yeah, because for me, I'm like, I don't really enjoy it as a custard, But as soon as I realized if I put just, go double the amount of sweetness in there, instead of 0.5%, put 1, or if the recipe calls for 1, put 2% in there.
Yeah.
Then for me, all of a sudden, the custard wakes up, and it's no longer like this harsh vanilla-y flavor. It's more like a pudding.
Yeah.
And it's, that's so delicious.
that's how what we would say is a nice custard, is like a pudding, a nice sweet creamy custard. We get it. You get it in a can, Devon custard, and it's just creamy. It's gorgeous. I drink it out of the can. It's just that good. I just pop the can off and get in there.
For me, the closest thing that we have here in the States to custard is eggnog around Christmas time. You go buy that thick, rich eggnog at Christmas time from the stores. That's just like a real custard.
I mean, we do have other vanilla custards. We do have vanilla custards, but they're more the vanilla pod. They're a little bit not as sweet. You know, little bit on the bitter side if you get a crap one. They're more like off the vanilla pods rather than a creamy vanilla custard. Well, I love this stuff, mate. God,
this teriyaki beef jerky's calling my name.
Yeah, man, get it down, yeah. Hey, I'm giving you another bad habit. I've given him another bad habit, though. I've got him drinking alcohol, now I've got him snacking. He's just getting worse. He's getting like me.
Yeah, before the show, I had a bag of popcorn.
I know he was. You come on, he's there. I'm going, oh, hello.
100% beef. 10 grams of protein per serving. No, you can't have any. Sorry, dog.
I knew the dogs be there. What's that, beef? Yep, got my name on it.
I will give you another bone, though.
Yeah, give him the bone. They deserve a bone.
Yeah, Jester, the old man, he's like, I'll have that bone. Yeah, I'll have a go with that. I gave one to Lucy. She put it down. She's like, that's not beef jerky. Don't give me any bullshit.
Yeah. But what you could do, you could pick a beef jerky up, smear your fingers, then rub it on the bone. Telling you.
My wife would buy a bag of that just for the dogs.
I bet
She spoils them worse than grandma spoils grandchildren.
Wow. Then again, I was the same. He's ruined. I keep saying you've ruined that dog. He's just so spoiled.
And in her defense, she always yells at me. She's like, you're giving Jester a rawhide again, aren't you? I'm like, sure, I got to give the mate a rawhide. Why not? That's not good for him. He's going to be shitting for 2 weeks. Well, if he didn't like it, he wouldn't eat it.
Dogs don't care. They eat anything. They eat shit with their hands. They don't care.
Yeah, that's true.
All night, they eat anything. Look at mine. He's fucking swallowed a whole corn on the fucking cob and cost us $3,000 in bloody vet fees.
There is one thing, though, I can't get past. Flavors got me to accept tobacco as an accent flavor in a lot of the recipes and stuff. But I just can't enjoy a tobacco vape. Here we have this strawberry cream from Pastel Cartel, and it's got tobacco in it. It's not in the name, it's not in the description, but you vape it, you can tell there's tobacco flavor in here.
Yeah.
No.
Not like
Same
it.
as the strawberry cream from Cloud Nerds. It's not a strawberry mango. There's a strawberry mango tobacco. No.
You must have that thing where I can taste a melon and you can taste tobacco.
I can taste tobacco.
Described. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Don't want it.
There you see. Now you know where I am with watermelon. Snap.
And everybody's different. That's the thing that gets me. And these researchers can't get it past their head that that's a real thing. People have food aversions to all kinds of things in life for whatever reason.
Flavors work, and everybody likes different flavors, so that's why it works.
And they're subjective. That's why there's thousands upon thousands of them.
Yeah.
That's why Doritos keeps coming out with new flavors, and why you guys have so many fancy chips over there.
Oh, God.
Crisps, you call them. So many flavored crisps. We don't. We get the same old all the time.
Really? God. Phenomenal what we've got, man. You Christ, I couldn't even rattle a whole lot off because there's that many.
Yeah, some of the Facebook groups, the British food groups that I belong to, the stuff that they post, it's like pork and beans flavored crisps.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, that would taste really good. I've had some ketchup crisps over here.
Yeah, tomato ketchup.
They came out with those for a while.
Oh, I used to love them.
Just a tomato flavored potato chip.
Yeah.
Sounds bizarre, but it's like you have them with your French fries. Why wouldn't you have them on your chips?
Yeah, it works. It works. It just works. Goes with potatoes. Simple. It works.
I'm sorry, but this Orange Julius isn't going to last.
It's that good.
I'm already sold on it.
I'd have feel you would, like.
It's not like, you know, something I'm going to continually make multiple times over and over again like I did with this Water Malone. But I'm going to enjoy that.
See? Another banger. We're getting there now. We're getting out a few good ones now.
Yeah, and now that I'm enjoying my modern tank, I'm not reaching for this disposable anymore.
Exactly. Because you get what you need.
It's like when the wife gets home, I'm going to enjoy an adult beverage, a real one, not a 1984 one.
Yes. I'm going to have to stay a little off it for a little while. At least I'll get me training done, and they just do the nature of the business. They do random breath and drug tests and shit like that. And
you know, that's something else that I've noticed, you know, over the course of the years. There's a lot of people that cannot go a day without drinking a can of beer, right?
Yeah.
And there's like me, I could go months without drinking it and never miss it.
Oh, me, I mean, I only drink, I'd say probably once a week on here. I don't,
Yeah, same
I'm
here.
not a big drinker. I'm not a big drinker. Sometimes I might have the odd beer with a meal, but it'll just be one. It'll not be like, you know, 3, 4, whatever. I'll just have the odd one. But, or even a glass of wine, you know, just with a meal rather than anything else. Not like a session of drinking. I'm not really drinking. I mean, I must admit, when I do go out to a bar or a pub, I'm a binge drinker. Like, I'm just drinking for fun. Like most people do.
But I'm sure you have friends that you know, co-workers or whatnot, that you know that they drink every single day of their life.
Oh, without doubt, definitely. I've seen some of them on the way home go to the local off license, pick 4 beers up, and off they went. You know what I mean? Without a doubt.
And the same can be said with other drugs as well.
Yeah, I mean, just like I said, I suppose if you do it regularly, you do build up some kind of tolerance, I suppose.
But certain people are predisposed to having a tolerance for things and a craving for certain things. And other people can't be bothered one way or the other about it.
I could take it or leave it. I wouldn't break my neck to go out and go and buy some beer or whatever. Just, you know what I mean? I think I would even actually make a physical attempt to go and buy something when I do the show. You know, any other time I just...
It's the same here. I feel like you go look in our fridge right now. You know, the wife was joking about it. She's like, we're going to pick up 2 cases on the way home because I got to cut the grass. That's her latest things that just de-stress.
But normally, like I say, if I'm in a shop, I don't go to, maybe just to spur the moment. I go, oh, I fancy beer, I'll get some beers, you know, and that's it. It's not like I'm going to go and get some beers. No, it just doesn't bother us. Can't leave it.
The only time that I get like that where I fancy a beer is when we go to camp. And that's only because the whole idea is to chill and relax and just blow off steam and disassociate yourself from your normal routine.
That's it. Just to chill out, you know, just beer, but chill. No, vape, champion. I'm a happy bunny. I like the beer as much as any other man, but I'm not desperate for one. I don't know. I could take it or leave it.
And here's how I know that I truly love our new camp. Okay, I went down there with a 60 ml bottle of Water Malone. I had a brand new one that I mixed up that I was going to use whenever I finished that first one.
Yeah.
I never finished that 60 ml bottle in the 5 days we were there.
Oh.
My use of that e-liquid was cut in half just because we spent those 5 days at camp.
I can get that. I can get that. Yeah. You're too busy enjoying other things, aren't you? You know what I mean? You just do.
Yeah.
I mean, when we used to go to what we call a caravan, it was a 30-foot static trail on the side. I used to, in the summer evenings, I used to like just sitting on the porch or something on the summer evening with a beer in it. And that to me was just paradise, you know.
And that's the way it is for us now. Because we actually have a lot where there's only one tree and we can open our canopy on our camper. This is the first time we've had it set up in a place where we could open it up. And it's just so nice to have that canopy open, sitting in that chair, out in the fresh air, just sitting here having a conversation about whatever.
Yeah, just talk crap.
So relaxing.
It is. It's fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, a good old little campfire. Yeah. I wouldn't go as
Nothing
far
can
as
beat
singing.
a good vape sitting around a campfire in the evening.
Yeah. Can it, man? Fantastic. Like I say, we've got a little bit garden out here. Summer nights, I don't mind sitting out there in the summer night again. We've got a like a little like fire pit thing. We just set that away and fantastic. Just chilling out. Love it.
Something else that we've gotten spoiled into is, there's this big drive to have everything electric powered, right? Last summer, my lawnmower died. The carburetor was messed up on it, whatever. I figured out the problem. The problem was actually a bent linkage, not the carburetor itself. Because I put a new carburetor on it, did the same thing. So I got it fixed. It took me like 2.5 weeks to get my lawnmower fixed and working. But during that time, about 2 weeks in, I'm like, man, this grass is getting way too tall. I called my son up. He brought over an electric lawnmower and said, Dad, happy Father's Day. This is early. Keep the lawnmower. I'm like, oh,
very nice.
Cool. Christmas, he bought us the same batteries that go into this, a 60-volt battery that runs the lawnmower, a weed whacker, and a blower. But it came with a spare battery and another charger.
Yeah.
And we love that thing so much now that just this past week, my wife was cutting the grass, and we had a lot of rain lately, so it killed the battery before she got done with the lawn. She's like, oh, it'd be nice to get another battery. Another battery was like $160. Just the battery.
Wow.
For $230, I got myself another weed whacker, blower, and battery and charger. So we ordered that. Now that is going to end up going to camp, the blower and the weed whacker. And every time we go to camp, we're just going to take 2 batteries with us. And we'll be able to take care of the lawn at camp.
Oh, look, daughter's charging. Look, she's sneaking off. Look at her. Oh, camera shy daughter. Oh, my God. Come to put her phone on charge and sneak in it. Oh.
Hey, it won't be long before she's going to be graduated as well.
That one, she's left school. She's working. She's got a job. So she's already done all that shit. The other one has left school, but she's turning 18 this year. So she'll be in a job shortly. And the other one, my son's got about a year left at school, and then he'll be in big wide world himself. Doesn't grow up so fast, man, didn't you? Like, bloody hell.
Yeah, they do.
Remember us changing your bloody nappies, you know what I mean? Changing your ass. Fucking hell.
Mate, I spent the last 3 decades looking forward to the day when all my kids are going to finally be graduated and moving out and whatnot. And the day's here, and now it's like, oh. Yes, I've been waiting for this for a long time, and I'm looking forward to, being able to live my life without having to constantly have kids at the top of the priority list to prevent me from doing this or doing that. But,
no, but
I think I hate change more than I hate.
I think sometimes you do miss it, like sometimes like me and the missus will talk about like, when we've done this, we've done that, and God, Abby was she was only so many months, or she was only this, and you're like, where's it gone? Where's that time gone?
The time just keeps flying by.
You're like,
all of it.
And you sometimes I sometimes kind of miss it now. Like used to come in and wind them up and do all the shit that you do. It was your dad, and you do kind of miss it sometimes. But like you say on the pro, when they're up, your responsibilities are less. I mean, you're still always going to be the mom or dad, but obviously, you're not relying on 24-hour care of the other. So I can see where you're coming from with that one, like.
I'm looking forward to being able to surprise my wife one weekend and just know that she's got 2 or 3 days in a row coming off, and surprise a trip for her, like go to Lake Erie, go to Niagara Falls, or wherever. The location's irrelevant as much as it is to be able to spontaneously just go on a trip.
Me and the wife used to do that before we had children. We just sit there, weekend off, let's go for a drive. Well, hands are going. Oh, we'll go over the lakes. Okay, we'll go over the lakes, end up having a B&B over there. Could we just spontaneously just jump in the car and just go? No plans, just go wherever we felt, wherever it took us. And if we wanted to stop overnight, we'd look for a local B&B, book in, one night, Bob's your uncle. Brilliant, man. Just love doing that.
Definitely.
Maybe one day we'll do it again.
Maybe one day I'm gonna pop over and visit my mate in England.
Be nice. More than welcome. Be a bit of a culture shock while you're around here, like.
It probably would be, but you know what? I'm the kind of person where I like Steve, want to immerse myself in the local culture, not be a tourist.
That's for me, it would be a culture shock here because we're like drug dealers, robberies.
I got plenty of that here. I don't need to go to England for that.
No, there's some nice parts. I mean, I think we're lucky where we are, where we're situated, because if you go one direction, you've got the countryside, you go another direction, you've got the seaside. So we're in a pretty lucky spot.
It's kind of the same here. You know, we live in the outskirts of Pittsburgh, so it's like, you know, if I head north, 20 minutes even, I'm out in the countryside. Nothing but farmland everywhere you look.
Yeah.
You go the other direction, and it's nothing but urbanization, city life, and...
Well, we've got the actual seaside. You're on the coast, you've got beaches, all the crap and all that stuff. But, I mean, even if we went to Scotland, you're only like a couple hours from Scotland. You know what I mean? Everything's so pretty close where we are. So we're pretty lucky where we are. But it's like everything, when it's on your doorstep, you take it for granted, don't you? Now you just, it's only there.
Yeah.
You know, you do. But like when you do make an effort and say, oh, we'll go over to, I don't know, Kielder Reservoir or something. Oh, we've been there tons of times. Oh, just have a ride out. And you get there and you think, wow, why have I not done this more often? You know, it's just brilliant.
I get that feeling every time we go to camp. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, why did we wait so long to go here for the first time? We should have gone for my birthday. I should have made time on my birthday to do this.
Yeah. Again, you know, your fast-paced life, that's the thing, is it? Time, innit? It's time. You know, you're working all week and, you know, do just like the good old rat race of life, you know what I mean? You just find, you know, time just goes
and then
nowhere.
here we have the situation where it's like, you know, the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. You live in a small town with a population of 200, you're always looking for the big city life.
Yeah.
And if you're in the big city life, I'd love to live in a town with a population of only 200.
We've got a bit of that. I mean, we've got the city. I mean, Newcastle's only a stone throw away from, like, the city centre, Newcastle. So we've got that kind of on our doorstep. But we're like on the other side of the Gateshead, where, you know, you're kind of half city, half country-ish, you know. It's all right. Just the way,
from the travels that I've had across the globe and across even the United States, you would be shocked how much of people's lives are identical regardless of the population size in the city they live in. Habits, routines, and places you go and visit and you aspire to go visit are the same, and they're universally found all across the globe.
Like Neil Pitt says, I lived in a big city and that's why I moved to a small town. But we get a lot of people from the capital, London, you know, when they're kind of semi-retired, they're up sticks and they buy properties up here. They come up here to live, buy properties up here. You know, they've had enough of that. They want to come out and live the clean air, you know, fresh air and all that. And you get a lot of people from south buying properties up here, or even holiday homes.
And even your children, if you look at your children, they're never the same. My son is a city boy at heart. He would love to live in the city limits of Pittsburgh, right? But my other kids could be bothered. Don't want to be bothered by that kind of city life. They like the suburban lifestyle.
I mean, the cities I would visit, but I couldn't live. I mean, good example in the US would be New York. I don't want to go to New York just to see it.
I hated New
York. But I don't think I could
I've driven
live there.
through New York. I've spent a couple days in New York. I disliked it as much as I could possibly dislike anything. Chicago, same thing. The Windy City, it's so wonderful, Blues Brothers, blah, blah, blah. No, I dislike Chicago completely.
Yeah.
Almost as much as I dislike New York.
when I visited London, I wasn't a big fan of London. I never thought much of it. I thought it was just overrated.
Yep.
Once you see all the sites, you know, your Buckingham Palace and all that crap, the rest of it's just like everywhere else. Some of it's a shithole, some of it's so-so, and like everything else.
Yeah, go to New York City, you see the Statue of Liberty, you go and you take a look at Broadway, and it's like, why the hell do I want to live in this smog-infested shithole?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
$1,000 for an efficiency apartment that's smaller than my studio? No.
Yeah. It's exactly the same down London. You're paying to rent to one like wait, it's not even a one bedroom. It's like a bed sit where everything's in one room. You look like $2,000 a month rent. $2,000 a month rent. You're like, fucking
my
buy a house
brother-in-law's
for that.
regretting his move. In one aspect, you know, he loves it because he's closer to his kids. He moved out back east, Pennsylvania. But to find an apartment where he can have a bedroom for himself and a bedroom that his kids can share a bunk bed in, he's looking at $1,500 a month for an apartment. Wow. Not even a house.
Crazy, isn't it?
Meanwhile, he left a $16,000 trailer, living in an RV park, trailer park, not actually RV park. Lived in a trailer park. $16,000 is what he paid for his thing, his trailer, but he's completely refurbished. And now he wishes that he had that, and you know the simple bills that he had along with it, and the lot rent and utilities.
The pity didn't hang on to it, because at least if he came back, there's somewhere for him to crash out. You know what I mean? It's always handy. Even if it's just a break from the city, he could have come back, just there, nothing to worry about, and go back, travel to and fro. But I would do. Well, that's all our people here
He
do.
missed his kids too much, and he's like, listen, I want to be a part of their life while they're growing up, because once they're growing up and gone, it's too late. I get it. I totally understand why he did it, but
I think it's a similar thing here. What you've got, you know, our people have got holiday homes dotted about, or caravans, and you know they just fuck off over there for the weekend, you know, and come home. You know, or it's quite popular. Honestly,
something I
think
noticed that now that my daughter is at the point where she's actually going to graduate and be gone, I'm not holding on to a bunch of stuff like I was when, you know, my kids were growing up. You know, it was always, you know, not so much hoarding, but like, oh, I might need that. I'm not going to waste money on it if I've already paid for it. I'm more willing to just say, I want to have a nice clean out and get everything sorted and getting organized. And
this is it. You've got to have like a declutter. You've got to learn to let some stuff go, haven't you? At the end of the day, you know, even if it may have some kind of sentimental value, but it's sitting there gathering dust in a drawer or a shelf, doing nothing. So, you know, what are you getting out of it?
Pass it on to somebody else that can gain some happiness from it, and call it a day.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
Speaking of calling it a day,
wow, that time already. Jesus.
It's that time already, and I gotta do my little thing because my filter change didn't actually work.
Well, it hasn't been too bad. There's been no dodgy bits this week, thankfully.
Yeah, just about everything worked out the way it's supposed to. Even our little flip thing that we did.
Yeah, everything's just fantastic this week. So we're getting there.
Not bad for 5 minutes before the stream. The upside down 1984 world that we live in. George Orwell had no idea that his little piece of literature was going to be so accurate.
Yeah. Say that, everybody's saying all rise for Judge Kenny. Kenny is the boss now. Yep, you just sit there hanging upside down, mate. You just carry on.
Sure is. So I'm going to send my fondest farewell wishes to all of you. Peace, love, and a hunky vape to Uncigarette Combustion. I hope you guys all have a fantastic week, and we'll be back again next week for another lovely show. See what we can come up with. Have a great day.
Thank you. As always, boys and girls, you have a fabulous, fabulous week. And thank you, as always, for joining us. Much appreciated. And do remember, you know, to pop into the Facebook, the Discord, all that stuff, you know, post your hand checks or any comments or any questions. Also, a thumbs up on the way out would be much appreciated. Help the algorithm for Alex's channel. Anything else? Yeah, just keep an eye out for us. We may be on Little Bro's Vape Show very soon as guests. We've just got to sort out where, when, and all that kind of stuff. And as always, thank you very kindly. Thanks to Alex again. And again, you know, if you can leave a comment in the rerun or whatever, see if you can. If the comments are switched on, they keep switching them off for some reason. But as always, till next week, you all stay safe, vape safe. We'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.